Okay. Um. Oh wow. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay. So I think we have want to take the panel discussion now. Let's start with the panel discussion. Um. Before going to the panel discussion, the theme for this conference is Unleash Your Genius, Becoming 28th Century Thinkers. I know that the theme is very funny. It's a very funny theme. And most persons, when they saw the theme initially, they were thinking that the theme was a mistake, but it wasn't a mistake at all. That theme was very, very intentional. It was a very, very intentional theme. So, just quickly, I would want to know if there is anyone who understands the theme. If you understand the theme, please, can you just tell us? If you understand the theme, just tell us something. Tell us something. Is there anyone who understands the theme? What do we mean by becoming the 28th century thinkers? We are in the 21st century. So, how possible is it for one to become a 28th century, 10th century thinker? So please, if you understand what this means, can you tell us? Tell us quickly, please. Thank you. Okay, does anyone understand it?
I think it means thinking far above your contemporaries and then being creative than others. Imagine the best and thinking far than others. That's what I understand by that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kelechi. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Now, it will interest us to know that as long as this world is concerned, there are three groups of persons in this world. The very first group of persons is those that do the things of yesterday today. These are the latecomers because you just cannot do the things of yesterday today. Yesterday is gone, you know. And the second category are those who do the things of today. Now, you may think that this is okay. Yes, they are doing the things of today. But then, when you look at the fact that this is a jet age and everything is moving at the speed of light, then you would be able to understand that it is not sufficient for one to do the things of today. These are the now the third category of persons are those that do the things of tomorrow. That is the things of tomorrow. They are doing them. These are the ones who have the power of foresight. They are the visionaries. They are the visionaries. The one, please, can you your uh,
Hello.
please can you mute your audio? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I was saying that the people who do the things of tomorrow, today, they are the ones that have the power of foresight. They are the ones that are able to harness the power of the future. That is why these are the ones that usually rule in the world of our day. The ones who are always ahead. Musk. Whenever Elon Musk does a thing, it comes as a surprise. People are surprised. They are wondering if the man is sane. The man is really, the man is mentally stable because the things he does, they are quite abnormal. The things he does, they are quite unusual, very, very unusual. But those things are the very things that place him at the front. That is why he's always at the forefront and is the world's wealthiest man. Because he does not think like others think. He does not think the things of yesterday. He does not think the things of today. No, he thinks the things of tomorrow. He's an advanced thinker. He has the ability to project his thoughts into the future. The world the world is going, Nigeria is in a state of dilapidation, as it were. The economy is in shambles. Things are in shambles. And it's obvious that the government of the day, they have no plan for us at all. And so if we must do anything reasonable in the world, if we must stand above the crowd, if we must do things definite, then it means we need to be able to project our thoughts into the future. We need to be able to project ourselves, our minds into the future. so that we can be advanced, so that when others are reaching there, we've gone ahead already. I mean, while others are reaching there, we've gone far ahead already. These are the categories of persons that will really rule the world. So this was what inspired this conference, so that students can get to understand that there is more. There is more to, there is something beyond the classroom. There is more to academics. There is more to education. It goes beyond the book. It goes beyond the book to the fountain of knowledge. It goes beyond the book to the very source of the knowledge. So that was why we put this conference in place, that we may gather people, masters in the various dimensions, to speak on these topics. So that is why we are here. So we're going to have the panel discussion now. We have our panelists here. I don't know. Are you here? Can you hear me? If you can you let us know? Sir James, can you hear me? Are you with us? Do we have Sir Samuel here?
I'm here, sir.
Okay. Do we have Angela? Oh, Angela is not here. What about Dennis? Dennis, are you here with us? Wow. Wow. Okay. Just okay. We don't have Sir James is not online. Okay, while we're waiting for Sir James to come online, let's start with Sir Samuel. Okay. Sir Samuel, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, please. We are very, very privileged to have you with us. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Sir Samuel Ayodeji. Sir Samuel Ayodeji was the best graduating student for the Faculty of Biological Sciences, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, for 2020/2021 academic session. So we want to welcome him on the podium. I want to hear him speak to us. About how he was able to achieve this feat. This is no mean feat, it's no ordinary feat. So please, Sir Samuel, if you don't mind, can you just tell us about yourself for a start?
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Samuel Ayodeji, and I'm privileged to be a panelist in this conference. I'm really happy that you actually have me on the platform to express myself. Thank you so much, everybody. My name is Samuel Ayodeji. Like you said, the faculty best my set 2020-2021, and I studied combined biological science, in UNN, combined biological science. Most of us that are in the faculty, we know about combined biological science. How do you think combined? Like the issue we had before our sets, and even when we came to the campus, we had our TBS, combined. They used to call us confused brothers and sisters. That's in life. It's not what people think about you. It's what you think about yourself. It's not what people call you. It's what you call yourself. So we've heard stories that students from combined, they don't graduate. They used to have many combined students not graduating even before our time. Checking the graduation list, you could barely see three combined students graduating. So it was like it actually put us on very bad um, shape in my sets because we were so much concerned about combine. So most of us tried as much as we could to read, you know, to focus on reading. And according to what you said earlier, I achieved it. I really want to appreciate God because I couldn't have achieved it without God's intervention. Um, it's not really, it wasn't really easy. You understand? Most especially reading. uh, then sometimes when I lost, to me, when I felt like I, I, I was losing focus, I would just say, God, please just help me. Just help me to lead. You know, um, it's like I said, it's about what you do. One thing is, for you to achieve anything good, anything worth the while in life, is that you should be really interested in what you're doing. You understand? I was applied for CBS. I wasn't given. Some people be like, "Why you? How come you find yourself in CBS?" Even after my first year, my classmates were expecting me to plan to cross probably to department like pharmacy or medicine because of the GPA that I had then. I think in my first year, first semester, I think I had only one B or so in all my subjects. Maybe two B's, one A, all A's, something like that. So they were like, this guy, you crossing. I said, no, I have been serious. So why am I crossing? What am I crossing to? They were like surprised. You should really be interested in what you do. Whether whether UNN gave it to you or not, you probably really need to but one thing you need to know is that you find yourself in it. Okay, in as much as you find yourself in it, you don't really know whether there might be whether God really has a very good plan for you studying the course. That expensive course that you think that you want to pursue, you may not really achieve anything there. What makes a course unique? See, um, sorry, if I may throw it out as a question, what makes a course unique? Can someone answer? What makes maybe some people used to say maybe if you study medicine you have money. What makes it unique? Well, anybody can talk. What makes a course unique? What makes people want to say, "Oh, engineering is good, let me go to
I'm
engineering."
sorry, can you like say it over again? I didn't hear the first time.
Okay, I said what makes a course unique? Like what makes a course special? Some people will be like, maybe engineering is the best course. Some people tell you this is the best course, medicine is the best course. Well, what really makes a course unique? Can someone just answer from there?
Okay, the thing is, there are no special courses, there are no big courses, there are no small courses. All courses to me are the same, but it is according to our efforts to which those courses makes it special. It's ourselves that makes it special and exciting.
Exactly. It's as if you were in my mind. Thank you for the wisdom, Mr. Victor. A course is unique. A course is given a priority. A course is given importance because of the personality handling the course. Okay. If you are a good person, you expect another person to be because whatever anything you find your hands doing, that you do it very well, you put in your best and achieve something good from it. And like I said earlier, it's there's this popular saying that heaven helps those that help themselves. So if in as much as you are praying for success, you're praying to God for success, there's also your own part that needs to be played. You understand? So you need to play your own part in trying to achieve success. You can't say you want to do this and you're not making move. There's action. Then you wait for God. God is the one in charge of reaction. You need to put in your action first. Then what you get from it, leave it to God. You understand? So like I said, um 5 years in school. It was supposed to be 4 years actually. The strike and the COVID, whatever, extended it. You know, those things are very those years some people lost it. I know some people that in first year they were doing very well, then second year, third year they lost it. They were doing they eat bad performance academically, and some in first year they didn't do well, then second year they picked up, some picked up in third year. One thing that's very important is what you studying, what you're doing, make sure you put in your best. Like as a person, I knew that staying in my room, staying in my room. There was a time I listened to Steve Harvey speak. He said, for you to achieve success, you need to leave your comfort zone. You need to leave your comfort zone. You need to do something others find it difficult to do. You need to, you need to leave your comfort zone. You need to read. Like I was saying earlier, I said I was the kind of person that wasn't really used to, reading. Not like not used to it per se, but night reading. UNN will stress you from morning till night till evening around 6. Now, if you go home to read, or sorry, to go home to rest, you end up probably after cooking, doing a little chat with your roommate or your neighbors, then you sleep, wake up the next morning. Have you ever come to a point whereby you forgot to read and next morning you woke up and you started getting angry? You're angry. You're vexed that, oh, what happened to me? It has really happened to me before. That's why I say what is important to you is passion. Be passionate about what you do, passionate about what you learn. If you lost your passion, there's a problem. If you lost your passion, there's a big problem for you. So once you really like what you're doing, you put in your best. Even though you probably you were given a course that you didn't want to do initially, put in your best and do it very well. Put in your best and do it very well. Um, um, there was no, I was saying something about anything you're doing, you should do very well. If you're a science student, I don't really see the reason why you say you don't like this part of science. Explore. Don't belittle yourself. Don't belittle yourself. There was something I heard that even a cell of the brain is wider than what the computer can store. Just one cell of the brain is the capacity is stronger. They say if you for you to be able to use 50% of your brain, 50 you have to you have to be able to speak 400 languages, and I'm very sure that I've not seen anybody speak 400 languages. That means you can't exhaust your brain capacity. So feel it, get it occupied, use it very well. Now, like I said, I was saying something before this VGS stuff, faculty VGS stuff. Last year, um, there was this that went throughout federal universities in Nigeria. So they were to produce best in science and best in humanity from different universities. I think about 27 in whole Nigeria responded, and we wrote exam. I was lucky to come from science, okay, science unit, UNN. Um, we wrote an exam, and truth be told, I passed. Like they were to pick 15. The award was Royal African Young Leadership Forum Award. So imagine it was, I'm very sure that some student of UNN don't really know the chancellor of UNN. The chancellor of UNN is Oni of Ife. Oni of Ife. That's or Jajas the second. So representing exam, in that exam, and um, succeeding in the exam, I was among the 15 picked from the academia. Oni was Oni actually intended to um, appreciate about 100 Africans. It was an African award, so it wasn't just Nigerian based alone. So people doing well in their various fields outside It could be in Nigeria, it could be outside Nigeria, all over Africa. So he selected 85 from different aspects. I was able to meet Nancy Isime. I was able to meet Lekon. I was able to meet some persons from software that are into tech. I was able to meet this head of Patricia Technology, many of them. Then 15 from academia. I was among. Imagine if I felt like the aspect of chemistry was there was chemistry question, physics question. If I feel like I don't know chemistry and I stick to it, I don't know chemistry. There's a problem. That means I can't really do anything. If I feel like okay, I don't know biology, that means I have to say I don't know biology. Something you don't know, there's something you should really understand. It's what you want. Don't allow situations, don't allow circumstances to decide for you. You have the right and you have what it takes to shape who you want to become. So I was those questions came up. I was able to answer them. If I if I stuck to I don't know this, I don't know that means I wouldn't have been able to do that. So I want to encourage us really whatever you're doing and it's very good you do it very well. And now we should really understand something as well as I believe the more you tax your brain and tax your brain to look for solutions, the more you do things. Um, my role model in science is Nikola Tesla. Anytime I read about the man, I saw what this man did, AC circuit. The man was amazing. I really loved the man. I loved everything about his life, what he did, something like that. So imagine someone like that thinking outside the box. It's good when you think outside the box. Now, the anchor says something about 28th century technology. We should really understand something about 20th century technology. The 21st century, of DNA, DNA, all the genetics, there was great improvement there. Then also ICT, the age of ICT, the age of technology, the age of tech. Now people are now able to, without stress, do your assignment, just chat GPT or GPT, GitHub Copilot. Things are getting, there are improvements in the way people solve real life problems this time around. Now, like I'm a fan of skill acquisition. So it's not just you should be jack of all trades. I will advise you. You should know things. You should know things. Like I'm a graphic designer. Okay, on a side. In school, we should really understand the use of time. There's another thing I want to talk about. Use of time. Some people didn't strike. They went home. They were eating, sleeping, real time, sleeping, but instead, I felt like I was in student. I refused to go home. I refused to go home. I was like, okay, what can I do? Then I ventured into tech. Started learning tech, web development. That was me while I'm still learning HTML, learning CSS, learning PHP. And this year I finished learning. I'm a full stack web developer. Now, you should really understand the angle the world is diving to. Believe in something. I'm a fan of science. I love science a lot, and I'm a science enthusiast. And I believe the time will come there will be a sort of, let me call it solemnization between science and computer, like humans. Should I say biology system, biology and computer? Now, I believe a time will come whereby you can even use computer. It's still like it's becoming like whereby you can use computer to code whatever you want humans to have, the features I want humans to have. Though it looks like people that are used to sci-fi movies, those things are coming up, in sci-fi movies. But science is now bringing it reality, talking about neural link and the rest. One thing I really want us to think is, and always look forward to is, what can you solve? Like, what can you do? What can you do? But really, it's really unfortunate that most people in Nigeria, to tell you the fact, you only want money. It's true. It's true. You only want money. Everybody wants money. Actually, everybody wants money. But we should really understand that. What about if you can create a value? Create a value. What are creation of value? Create value. Create. You know, 20. I think around 2003, Facebook came into existence. And now look at the network of Zuckerberg. The network is even more than It's even more than Nigeria's yearly allocation. Imagine just that Facebook. They thought futuristically. They see about what these companies, 28th century, like you need to think outside your capacity, think outside the box. When you think, you feel you start getting to know that, oh, this is achievable, this is achievable. And another thing is, okay, just to brush with the last point I made mention of, it's true. People used to believe that, oh, this is not, this is harsh, this is bad. It's hard because you want it to be hard. Okay, that's if you don't want it to be hard at all, you tackle it yourself. You sit down. If it's that thing, kill the cause that it's looking like it's a very big problem for people. Sit with it. So get yourself stuck there. By the time you look at it again, look at it again, and you pray to God that God give me understanding. And believe me, you will get it. You will know it. You will know it because there's no limitation to what humans can achieve. That's what I believe. There's a limitation. 2,000 years ago, there was no aeroplane, but now we have aeroplane. 2,000 years ago, nobody knew what was in the other galaxy, in the outer space. But now we've been able to achieve it. 2,000 years ago, there was no telephone. There was no internet, but now we have it. It's about exploration. Our minds, Japanese used to say, between their two ears lie great ideas. Like, engage your brain, think wide, think vast, and achieve that. Look for skill that will make that your idea to come to reality. Because once your idea is just in dreams, it doesn't come to reality. What's the point? So it's very, very important that every one of us, in whatever field, you may not even be in the academia, whatever field you are, take it seriously. Make it something that's be particular about it. Yeah, be particular about it, because if you're not really particular about what you were doing, about what you really engaged with, that means you not really make the much from it. You not really make the much from it. Anyway, let me stop here. I don't know. I wasn't given any time. I don't know.
Okay, so thank you so much for that wonderful expose. You've really said a lot. You've really said a lot. Um, your story is really amazing. We'll still come back to you. There's a question I would love to ask you, but before I ask that question, let's hear from Sir James. I think he's online now. Sir James, are you with us? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
sure.
Yeah, Sir is online. If you know him, please, can you indicate? I want to know if you know him. Who knows him here? Who knows him?
I know him.
So, what do you know about him?
What's up?
All right, so but James is he has hit 5.0 times now, and he's someone that is very enthusiastic about academic excellence.
That's great. That's very, very good. So we have such a person here. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So, Sir James, you're welcome. We are very happy and glad to have you. So we've introduced the topic already, Unleash Your Genius, becoming 28th century thinkers. And we've talked about how that the present age is just such that advanced thinking is needed. Like it's very, very necessary. Advanced thinking, the ability to project one's thoughts into the future, you know, to think from the future and do things that are really, really abnormal and far ahead of that of others. So we want to hear from we want to hear so far. I think recently you were able to hit 5.0 GPA for the fifth
Please,
time.
can you be a
Wow.
lot more clearer? It's kind of cracking here.
Okay, okay, okay. So sorry
Yeah,
about
just
that.
so.
Okay. So please, we want to hear from you. Since Ayodeji Samuel has spoken, he has talked about how students should, challenge themselves to go beyond their comfort zones. He even made reference to a quote by Steve Harvey, I think, yes, about how that we just need to leave our comfort zones if we are to do things really exceptional. So, we want to hear from you. What do you think about the concept of unleashing one's genius when it comes to the academic sphere? The concept of unleashing one's genius in the academic sphere. Can you just give us your insights about that that statement, unleashing your genius, like academic sphere? Can you just more like about this?
Okay, I think let me know whether I got your question clearly because it was a lot it was kind of buffering. You said what do I
Oh,
think about unleashing my genius, like unleashing your genius academically, right?
yes, 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 exactly.
Am I yeah, can I be heard clearly?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
All right, cool. So as I've been introduced, I am James Williams Gabriel, a full tuition scholarship student of now University of Nigeria, and within my sync I've paid 5.05 times now, and that's not all there is to me. For the past 2 years, I've been sharing my strategy, my unique academic insight, really original. And most of the people that are here, some of the people that are here, I think most do not seek to share how insightful that they found it as a guide, right, in the academic journey. So by just being a chapter ahead, we're able to guide thousands of students. On the concept of unleashing, and let me take this time to appreciate everyone that is here. It's really a pleasure. I'm honored to be here. Also, the concept of unleashing your genius academically, just as you were saying, that one concept came to mind, and it was Abraham Maslow's idea of self-actualization, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
most times I hear students, I listen to students express or kind of defend their limitations academically. Just like I hate this course, and I think the last speaker touched on so many things that I might delve into here. So he was talking about do not say that you hate a course, right? And people are just like, so people defend their limitations. So you hear things like I hate this course and I'm not going to give it my best. But at the end of the day, what you find out that it is at your own CGPA's expense. And so when you say unleashing your genius academically, self-actualization came to mind. And what is self-actualization? It's the idea of fulfilling your the deepest possibilities of yourself, right? Fulfilling your deepest possibilities within a sphere, right? Within that very sphere. So most times I look at myself, I don't know. People probably say James is a genius, but I feel that the word genius is used very so lightly, right? There is a depth to that. But looking at myself, yes, I think the first time I heard that, okay, James is a genius was from my lecturer, Economic Economics. He was like, James, you are this, and why do people say that? And when someone says that, what comes to my mind is the first thing that comes to my mind is what made them say such. And the answer simply is that I have a record of academic excellence. Now, what makes me have a record of academic excellence, right? It was because I committed, right from the get-go, that this is an opportunity that I have. and I'm going to make the best of it. This is an opportunity that I have, and that when I look back at this moment, I won't want to look back at it with regret. And for me not to look back at it with regret, I will have to do the best possible. I could have to do the best possible that I can in this very moment. I'll give you a brief understanding now. How did I come to that very situation? Um, Pardon me, I may not be telling everyone about how you're going to unlock your own genius, right? Or how you're going to unlock your own genius. But then I'm going to tell you how I did mine, right? Right, for me to be loosely referred to as that, because I don't know whether I've earned that title, but to be loosely referred to as that, right? There's something there. I'll share my story with you. I'm not from a family of immense wealth and connectedness. Now University of Nigeria, you tell you about the fees of now University of Nigeria will pay for economics department, pay 1.2 million every semester, right? And that is insane, and that is something that my parents couldn't possibly afford, given that we have siblings and the rest. But then, what got me to a stage where I was possible to earn a scholarship, a full teaching scholarship to now university, it was based on my UTME and my YF results. They were pretty much outstanding. And what made those things be outstanding? It is understanding that is that commitment, that very commitment to academic excellence, that very commitment to saying, this is the opportunity I have now, and I have to make the best of it. And so now I have to make the best of it. And how do I make the best of it? By looking at the highest possible outcome, the best possible outcome, and aiming for it. And so, for example, in JAM, in UTME, where the qualification for you to have even a scholarship was that you have about 300, and YX own was the Y criteria was there. UTME, my plan was like I truly believe that I had all it took to be the national best. I believe that, right? And when we wrote our UTME, and not just that I believe that, everyone around me believed that, right? From the principal to my classmates, everyone did that, right? To my educators. So that I went to Deeper High School. So Deeper High School, the one that you're hearing about the 300 plus 300 plus. I was a senior prefect and a three-time prefect there. So I'm kind of well known in the community. And so they believed that, right? And we had a UTME mock. They had a UTME mock, and I had a 321 UTME mock. But I was still punished by a principal for having 321 because he told me, do you plan on getting anything higher than this? He said, do you plan on getting anything higher than this? I was like, I don't know. It depends. He told me, how can you be any solo? He told me to kneel down. 321 was highest in the campus. But then the major UTM came, right? That was 2 weeks later, major UTM came, and my result came out. I had about 300, but I didn't hit 321. I wasn't even a national best. I cried. My dad was my dad. I called my dad. Dad, what's my score? He told me what my score was. Sure, I think for the next 2 weeks I was certainly depressed, and my wife was coming. All my educators, all my educators knowing how high I aim, right? We're like, James, get over it. James, get over it. Don't worry. Don't let this affect your wife, right? Something like that. But why was I crying even when I had it above 300? It was because I knew what my capabilities were. I knew where my bar was. It was that high. And anything less than excellent for me, less than excellent for me couldn't fly. Right? So the first part of I know for myself, right? I can't generalize what works for me. So for me, the first one, if you can write it down, is for you to aim high. And that is the idea of you not settling for less when academic excellence is attainable. Why settle for average, right? And when I did that, my view for UTME, I prepared as though I wanted to be the national best because I truly believe that, right? The bar was that high. And that landed me to an extent, right? To about 300, which earned me the scholarship. I got the scholarship, 100 level. I was in Now University. Now university, I've written about this before, right? The social environment wasn't just favorable for someone that was coming from my background. I grew up in Aba. People that know Abia State, you know that Abonwa Aba. For those that can hear Igbo. So it was kind of, I grew up in Aba. But then coming to an environment where you do not see so many people like you in terms of the social economic ladder, right? They are up ahead of you. And from a lower middle income family, those are from the upper class. And you can't really socially relate with everyone. And I felt that I had to make a statement for myself, right? James, this is another challenge, right? James, this is another opportunity for you to make the best, a commitment to academic excellence from the get-go. And interestingly for me, first semester, first semester 100 level, giving that commitment to not settling for less when academic excellence is attainable, I had a 5.0 in my first semester. And when I had that, later on, I was euphoric. I was so happy. Right? It was kind of a statement, right? But I've not yet earned my place. I felt like there was an inferiority complex. Like I've not yet earned my place in this place, right? People there, they are. I was using itel, right? When others were using iPhones. Like it was just there was no space for the respect in the material aspect, right? But then I think it was the beginning of the second semester, and the HOD of our department then, Professor Seta Kusin, um, he went through the results of everyone in the department and found out that my level, the performance was poor, right? It was poor. And then he called for a meeting, an urgent meeting. Why is this the case? He called for an urgent meeting. And when he called for the urgent meeting, all of us were there. And then he started berating us. Why is it that, can you imagine? I'm seeing 2 point something, I'm seeing one. What? This is a very poor performance. That was only when his secretary, Mr. Philip, told him that despite everything, there is a student here that had a 5.0 last semester. And that student is James Williams. The hater was like, what? Who is James Williams? Who is James Williams? And that was when I stood up. Everyone was like, sir, I was feeling it, but then I stood up and like, everyone clapped for him. And that was the time I said, yes, this is my place. And from that time on, I gained the respect, right? There was this kind of respect that came from it. Now I'm just showing you guys the benefits, right? The benefits of actually the commitment to excellence. So you want to unleash your genius. Try to actualize your best self in this sphere of your human life, right? This is your academics. By the time you commit that you are not going to settle for average when excellence is attainable, you are not going to be settled for a B when you know that you have the capability of getting an A, right? You're not going to settle for a 4.5 or a 4.6 when you know you can get a 5.0. So having a 4.6, if you can get yourself to a position where your failure is people's definitions of success, I think you started your onward journey to ingenuity. It's as simple as that. Never settle for less. I feel that that is the beginning of you unlocking your ingenuity in this very state. A commitment to excellence unleashes the genius within. I think let me just stop there. I think I've done a lot, but I think that drives from the message. A commitment to excellence from the get go. A commitment not to settle for less when the best is attainable. Hello, Moses. That's my time.
Okay. So James, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I could feel the rema, the power emanating from your words, the things you were saying. Thank you so much for telling us your story.
My
It's really,
pleasure.
really very, very inspiring. I don't want to say motivating because motivation may fail, but then when it comes to action, it can lead to action. Thank you so much. We'll still come back to you. We have uh, our fathers arrived as Sir James was talking. We have Professor Taye here. And then we have Mr. Wilfred there. Professor Taye, sir, Daddy, I don't know if you can hear me. Daddy, can you hear me, sir?
Hello?
Hello, Daddy, can you hear me, sir?
You with me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Okay, good evening.
Yes, sir. Daddy, welcome, sir. I'm very pleased to meet you. Professor Taye is the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic of Federal University of Technology at Akure. So, you're welcome, Daddy.
Thank you.
I think I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Yes, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for having me here.
Well, privilege, sir.
He is breaking.
But yeah, hello? Oh my goodness. Hello?
Hello, sir. Sorry for the break, sir.
Yes.
Sorry for the break in transmission, sir.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do I speak now?
Yes, sir. So you chose to speak to us on the topic beyond the genuine quest for knowledge and transgenerational impacts.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. I hope everyone is hearing me. I want to appreciate everyone who is here and the convener of this. It's a great challenge. Yeah, I am so delighted to be here. I am sorry I might have to break off because we have a current crisis on my campus now, and myself and the VC we are talking intervals. She's going to Ghana, so I'm holding forth now, taking the university on. So we have some discussions to do, but let me speak quickly before she calls back. I've been asked to speak on Beyond the Books, the genuine quest for knowledge and transgenerational impact. Well, I'm going to speak on just 4 issues quickly, which I think will just complement what the last speaker have told us. He has spoken from his own experience. I joined midway. He has spoken from his experience, which is really a challenge that I want every one of us to pick and use for our own future. One funny thing about life is when you don't have a vision, like we said, a rolling stone gathers no moss, and you just see the individual just rolling. Many of us could have as well come up tops, but because we didn't have some of this information, we just stumbled, across success after a lot of hard work. However, we thank God that some of us are where we are today. This issue we are discussing this evening has to do with genuine quest for knowledge, and we are talking about transgenerational impacts. In other words, how will one be able to eventually scale through in life and still make impact that will last more than one generation? That's what we are looking at. It's not the best for any man to just want to live and die and go. I believe most of us are children of God here. Look at the Bible, you will see the story of some individuals. One line sentence is given to them. Some kings, less than 2 verses of the scriptures, nothing mentioned about them. Or they'll just tell us he has so many children and so many wives. That is the end. That is not life. That is not what we are looking at. We want a situation where we can be an Abraham Lincoln. We can be any of the genus that we have heard about, whose life will impact generation even after us. And so some of those characters don't necessarily come from the books. Yes, you will have to read, you have to have your qualifications. That is not all to it. To even get to that level, you need add-ons. So those are the things I want to quickly share with us this evening. One of the add-ons is indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge are not found in the books. I dare say that our parents did not, many of our grandparents, our parents didn't have formal education, yet they were a bunch of success stories. They did their own at their own level. They made impact in their generation, and we can feel the impact today. Some did not even go to the 4 walls of the university, yet they made impact that still, has its own ripple effect in our present generation. And the indigenous knowledge I'm talking about is that which you acquire from outside the classroom. There are types of knowledge you get from outside the classroom. For instance, if you are going to be a successful businessman, I bet you don't necessarily have to have a PhD degree in business administration. You don't even necessarily have to have an MBA before you become a successful businessman. If you go to Aba, for instance, where the last speaker, said he came from, you may find out that all the billionaires, I believe there are so many billionaires and multi-millionaires in that place, did not even go through the 4 walls of the university. Some at best, maybe they had primary education to be able to read and write. And I always have this belief. Your certificate is not necessarily what is going to give you food on your table. It is what will open your eyes to potentials that you have. And that is one of the reasons why one needs to have additional indigenous knowledge. I'm going to come to my own experience later. Then the other one is the issue of mentorship. Mentorship and this indigenous knowledge are closely tied. They are very related. Can I continue? Yeah, I can see Pastor Emeka nodding his head. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Daddy.
Now, so the next thing I'm talking about is mentorship. You find out that if you are going to go beyond, if you are going to go beyond the level of just passing through this planet Earth, then you need add-ons, and one of them is mentorship. If you are going to make transgenerational impact, if you are going to get genuine knowledge, you need a mentor. For instance, the church I attend, we have a mentor that when you look at his life, you can from there see how to navigate your own life. You can use his own life character, what he has imbibed, not necessarily from the Bible, but the things that he has looked at in life and he has seen as success. You can imbibe it. One of the things you will find in that's in the man of God, for instance, that I follow is a humble discipline. If you may not get any course, I'm not sure there's any course that will teach you humility. Philosophy, if you read philosophy, but if you go to read mathematics, you are not likely to see humility there. If you go to medicine, you are not likely to come about humility. You don't read it in any classroom. You get it in mentorship, because if you must make a headway, you need somebody who you will look up to, who will from time to time draw you back and say, no, this is how to do it. This is what you do. Recently, our registrar, we just had a new registrar, and the registrar said that he had a mentor, and the mentor told him, what I'm going to teach you in the course of your being an administrator in the university, you will not get it in any book. And he eventually became the registrar. The registrar was the one who told him that, and he eventually became the registrar. And like I said, therefore the need for all of us to seek for a mentor. If you look at, I believe all of us read the Bible in this group. If you look at the life of Elisha, you will see that Elisha, he didn't, just become a man of transgenerational impact by reading the books. Yes, he went to school. He was in the college of the prophets, but his mentor was Elijah. Elijah mentored him. So there are some things he saw in the life of Elijah, which he just put himself. Nobody taught him. He just learned it along the line. So if we are going to succeed, therefore, if we are going to make this kind of impact, we need a mentor. Your mentor doesn't have to be somebody who is older than you in age. It must be somebody who is ahead of you in one aspect or the other. If I'm going to, for instance, succeed in business, I am going to look for somebody who has succeeded in business. Recently, we have a small outfit. We make table water, and one of the days we were into trouble with the association. We didn't join, but eventually we were having issues with them. And then the chairman, we got talking. He now told me he asked me what were my problems. Because I told him we even have problems. He now said what were my problems. I told him we were having low sales and our product has good quality. He said yes, that there is more to it than what I am doing. That I need to come out to him and to them to learn the nitty-gritty. Then for the first time, he told me that if I don't sell more than 500 sacks or bags of water, I cannot be breaking even. I can't make profit. And I told him my first problem was that I was not selling up to 500 bags. He said, that's my problem. That if I had moved, so by the time he said all those things, I became humble. I don't even know me that I'm a professor in the first instance. He didn't even know. But he just talked to me. And I was telling him, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm thinking that I'll be older than the man. We've not met one-on-one. But I was just telling him, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And he was telling me some of the things that I never thought about in the business. So, whether you believe it or not, my dear brethren, this issue of mentorship cannot be underestimated. In any area you find yourself, you will agree with me that you need a mentor. The teacher in the class, like the brother James said, his teachers were his mentors. And even at that, if you find out from him, you will find out that he will have one or two persons he goes to discuss personally. That person may not teach him chemistry, may not teach him physics. He will only tell him, have you read? Have you done this? What are your plans? And all those things. Those are the hands-on that makes one go beyond the books. Number 3, there is also this issue of spiritual inspiration. Spiritual inspiration. Spiritual inspiration cannot, again, be far from the books. It cannot be far from what we get in the academics. Many a times you will find out that if you look at the inventions in the world, it's like the East and the West. For instance, some theories or some inventions, as you get the inventions in the West, you will see that in the East too, a counterpart invention of that is also in the offing, and that is why no one can claim to be the sole repository of knowledge in the world. The knowledge is spread everywhere. The Holy Spirit is moving. If you look at the inventions of the world, inventors of the world, you will find out that these people, many of them are Christians. George Mendel, for instance, was a monk, and I cannot just continue to list them. You will find out that most of these people were inspired by the Spirit of God. I'm not saying that all of them. There are some that could have got their inspiration from the devils, but most inventions were issues that resolved or resulted from spiritual inspiration. So we cannot discountenance spiritual inspiration. That is why you see even the people in the world who are up there, you will see they'll tell you in the morning when they wake up, they do they do some 10 minutes meditation. That period of meditation is a time they quieten their spirit and try to allow an inspiration to come onto them. So we must therefore understand the need for spiritual inspiration. And God himself is God is the greatest of all great inventors. He invented all the inventors. So if a person wants to therefore move beyond the level we are, that individual needs spiritual inspiration. You don't get spiritual, there is no course called spiritual inspiration for, as far as I know. If you go to chemistry, you are not likely to see spiritual inspiration. If you go to physics, you are not likely to get spiritual inspiration. But I have had men and women who were inspired to solve some problem that looks complex. There is a man of God who said while he was doing his PhD, after some 9 months, he almost abandoned. He was, confused while he was writing his thesis. Until one of the days, the Holy Spirit now inspired him to separate the equation. It was a long equation, he said. And within 6 weeks, he finished the thesis. Something that has taken him months, that he had even abandoned. And so we see that there's need for us to have spiritual inspiration. In other words, one needs to get close to God. You cannot be inspired in a state of high entropy. We are jumping from Lagos to Calabar, from Calabar to Port Harcourt, and Port Harcourt back to Maiduguri, and you have never had time to relax, to get inspiration from God. It's not likely to lead to serious breakthroughs in life. I'm not saying it will not. I say it's not likely. But then when you learn to allow the Spirit lead you, you are likely to break barriers. For me, from the little experience I've had in life, I have found it that I cannot repent about it, that you need spiritual inspiration if you must succeed in life. Many people have veered off the major course they went for in the university, in the high institutions, only to hit the mark because they were inspired. Many of the people you see who, for instance, are doing well spiritually, say as pastors, and this, you may find out that they never went to theological college. Many of the people, including some who are looking at me now, who are doing well in business, read agric economics, and they are doing well because they must have been inspired by the Spirit of the Almighty God. I am an agric economist, for instance. There are some things I have taken on in life and I've succeeded in them because of simple inspiration by the Spirit of the Almighty. Then the other thing is also learning on the job. My dear friends, I want to tell you that closely knitted to mentorship is this issue of learning on the job. What we are taught in the higher institutions, when we go to the field, when we go to the world, you will find out that they are completely poles apart. What you will get eventually in the world is just different from what you will be told in the university, because what you are going to be told in the higher institution is like a straight line, and life is not a straight line jacket. What you are going to be told in the university, from my own language, they say all things being equal, but all things can never be equal. It is when you now get, even when you look at, say, let me take an industry. Let's take, for instance, the banking, the financial industry. If you go to First Bank and you are going to work in First Bank, when you get to First Bank, they will definitely take you through the nitty-gritty of their own work, which is not written in your certificate, which you will not get in the classroom. What they are going to teach you is the peculiarity of their own business model. You will not get it anywhere. If you leave that company and you go to, say, Access Bank, it's still the same industry. You will find out that there are some peculiarities, again, that are just limited, peculiar, specific to Access Bank. The way of operation of Access Bank, they will be a little different from the way of operation of First Bank. We are using Telegram this evening. Yesterday we were supposed to use a different platform, but if you check the platforms, you will see that they are similar, but there are still some peculiarities, differences in their operation. They may look alike, but you will find out there are different things. So there is need for us to understand the issue of learning on the job. If you don't go through the mills, you will not be able to break the barrier. So what you will do is to find a place to learn on the job, and then from there, with the spiritual inspiration from the Spirit, then I believe you will be able to go beyond the norm, and that is to be an average. God has not destined us to be an average. And you say, who is going to be behind? No, some people will be behind, but they are still in the forefront. All of us, we can be first, but we don't necessarily have to be first in the book. Where I am first, you may not be the first in that place. And where you are the first, I may not be the first. But the thing is that all of us, we are supposed to move and be successes or success stories wherever we find ourselves. I think I will pause here and probably allow others to make their own contribution. And if I've said anything that is wrong, please pardon me. That is the way I have looked at it. I didn't read it in the book, but these are the things that I feel are add-ons to our going to the four walls of the high institutions that can make us to, break some generational barriers and make us to make impact that will last generation. If you don't have an inheritance you will leave for your upcoming generation, there is nothing then that you will claim to have had in this life. As far as I'm concerned, you must be able to leave something behind, and those things you are going to leave behind, people will not be able to read it in books. They won't be able to read all of them, but they will be able to use it and make the best out of life. Yesterday, I had some people make comments to me, sending me some great felicitations and all these things. And it's really encouraged me because of what they say about me and them. So I feel happy and fulfilled that I have been able to make some impact into the upcoming generation one way or another. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I hope to hear from you later.
Thank you so much, sir. We really, really appreciate it. In fact, this session was really, really mind-blowing. You made mention of some very rare strategies. The first one being indigenous knowledge. In fact, I think it's very, very rare to see people actually mention the indigenous knowledge. The fact that the Igbos are very, very vast with respect to their business prowess and all that. And then you mentioned mentorship too, which is actually very, very important too. A means of apprenticeship through which people learn from the masters. Then you mentioned inspiration, which is also very, very important. Even the people who don't know God receive inspiration from spiritual deities. A man once said that there is no great man in life that does not consult a deity. There is no great man in this life who does not consult a deity. There must be a deity, either a deity that is positive or one that is negative. Then you made mention of learning on the job too. Yes, sir. Daddy, please, can you if you want to leave, is it possible for you to take some questions so that the people could get to have their questions answered before you leave, sir? Is it possible, sir?
Yeah, it's very possible. I'm still around.
Okay, sir. Everyone hear me? Please, if you can hear me, can you indicate?
Yes, sir.
I'm hearing.
Okay. So, like Prof said at the beginning, he has things to attend to, as it were. So he may not be with us till the end of the program. So in case he does not stay with us till the end of the program, we want to take some questions now from him before he leaves, so that we'll be able to enjoy that piece of his knowledge, so that we will avail ourselves of this opportunity, a very rare one. So please, if you have any question, can you just ask now, so that it would do justice to these questions? Is there anyone who has a question? Okay. Please, can you ask, please?
Yes, good evening. On the aspect of spiritual motivation, you talked about spirituality, and you mentioned that one needs to be religious, to also strive to achieve success. So my question is this: as students, we are now undergraduates of a particular university. Now, for example, I attend a particular church that really takes spiritualism really much like that. They encourage students to always come to service, be faithful. So sometimes I kind of feel like the can I call it pressure kind of too much in the sense that they are always almost every day now, days of the week, we are always asked to meet. And even ESCOs, like students that are also ESCOs, they will always make it mandatory that you don't miss any of these programs. Now I always have this vision that okay, while you're in school, you are there for your prime focus, your prime goal there is to achieve academic success. But then you still need to go to church and try to maintain a good relationship with God. But sir, my question is this: should we do this? Must we attend these services? And won't it be like a detriment on the part of our academic success? Do you think it will not affect us? What's your advice about that, sir?
Okay. Do I take on that question quickly?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think if I may get you right, you are saying that there is a competition between, especially when you are in the school, between utilizing the 24 hours you have in between your academics and what I call extracurricular activity. If that is your question, I want to say again that it's not a big problem. For me, as an individual, I believe if others have done it, I can do it. If a person has done it, I can do it. In a few years, I have interacted with many people. I have also found out that the high flyers are also people who were combining spiritual activities on campus with their academics. For instance, even in the university, if you must be an ESCO, your CGP must not be less than 3.5. 3.5 is an upper credit in the current Nigerian grading system. If your CGP is less than 3, you are not likely to be allowed to contest for any elective position. In the fellowships, most of the fellowships too, don't allow people who have CGPAs to come on board as ESCOs. But where there are challenges of leadership and they see willing hands, sometimes they allow. But in most cases, you will find that people who are struggling with the academics are not allowed to lead. Not that they cannot lead, but it's like there is going to be an additional burden. And in our own church setting, recently, I think last month, we had a sister who was leading. I think she was an ESCO of her campus fellowship, and she still came out the best in her set, in her school. I hope she wasn't even the best graduating student in the university, maybe the best graduating student in her school. And I see one brother here. Sorry, I may mention your name if I see your name. He was one of the best students some time ago, so bad dinner, something like that. Can't remember. I saw his name along the line just a few moments ago. This brother came up with the first class, and he was also an ESCO in the campus fellowships, which means you need to just be able to model through, manage your time. And if you are going to manage your time well, you may not see it in the classroom, but when you have a mentor, he or she will be able to, guide you through. I believe that the school that is asking you to do this or that, they know that it will also help you tomorrow. See, the best people are not necessarily those who have all the best certificates. No. In fact, I found out that ministers, administrators who are successful are not necessarily first-class people. I'm not saying if you have a first class, you will not be a good administrator, but there is additional knowledge that you need to add to your certificate. So, my dear brother, I don't think it's a problem. I only think you just need to find how to manage the time. And then with God on your side, in fact, you are better than those who are on one side, just wanting to read and get a certificate and get out of the university or higher institution. Maybe I've answered your question. I don't know.
Yes, sir. You've answered
Thank you
it.
so
I'm
much.
so grateful, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Sir Israel, are you okay? Are you satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Prof, thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate. Thank you, sir. Do we have any other questions to ask him? Does anyone have any other questions to ask him?
Yes, sir. I have a question here.
Okay, please ask.
Please, still on that spiritual inspiration, I wanted to ask, aside meditation, are there other ways to draw inspiration spiritually? That's my question.
This is the what is simplest. Once you are a child of God, for me, once a person is a child of God, he has the spirit of God, he will definitely he's already having the basis foundation. Once you are connected with God, He gives you inspiration as to how to navigate life. For me, there is no other way other than just being a child of God. And as you move, I want to tell you something. Some years ago, that would be around 1999 or thereabouts. I think I've not got a car then. I was coming out from the office and going to my residence. I live on campus then. And while I was moving, I've been passing through that place for years. But on my left hand, I just saw an ant mold, a termite mold, long. Then I'm talking about in the north, Zaria. And so this termite mold is about, it's definitely more than 2 meters high. I've been seeing it, but this particular day, I just passed. And then the spirit I just find out the spirit just telling me that, did you see that ant mold? I said, yes. Now said, it's like we're now conversing. He said, if you use a hoe or a digger and you hit it on one side, that it will just break. I said, yes. And then you will see that there's a big hole inside. And he said, that is how the problems of life. I'm already okay. That's how the problems of life are. And if you just want to solve, if you look at them from the face value, you see they are as big as you can imagine and looking unsurmountable. But if you can just move close to it with determination, you will hit it and you will get a hole into it, and then you will take the queen termites from that place, and that will be it. And so that's how you get problem solved. So from there, I therefore don't, for instance, get myself trouble when there is big problem ahead of me. I just took that from that day, and so I confront all problems headlong. As I told you before, we have a problem now where the executive of ASU is going to meet with our manager. Is going to have a congress tomorrow, and they are, making trouble somewhere. But I'm not afraid. The VC is not around, but I'm not afraid. When we go there tomorrow, we are going to talk it over. I believe that no matter how big that problem is surmountable. Sometime one of my late pastors said, I had a message and I always preach it. Big problem, simple solution. That simple solution can only come by the inspiration of the Spirit of God. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's satisfactory.
Daddy, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We really, really appreciate, sir. Really, really appreciate. Okay, Prof made mention of someone while he was speaking. Made mention of Somadina Chukuma, and he's here with us. Oh, okay, sir. Mr. Somadina, can you hear us, please?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, please. Just can you briefly react to what Prof said?
Okay, please, I would plead. Good evening, first of all. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Prof. Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. Okay, just to quickly react to that. I was heavily involved. I basically was a triangular student. I'm not recommending that for anyone. From home to school to church. That was basically my life. But the church part of it wasn't a walk in the park. I was a leader right from first semester, first year to final year. And when you're leading youths, young persons like you, inexperienced like you, and yet you're supposed to deliver. Of course, that's a whole lot of task. There's work to do, and it really was work. But I ended up coming out to the first class, and just the only first class in my department, political science. And what that meant was also that I was the best graduating student. And in fact, from what I learned from inside sources, they needed to have a meeting before they gave me the first class because they weren't expecting it was going to be me. There are a whole lot of background stories anyway, but I will spare us that. And just to I said all that just to confirm that it's a possibility that you are. Excuse me. Sorry, I'll be back just in 30 seconds. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Just to say, I said all that just to say that it's a possibility. You see, the first speaker, Mr. James, if I can remember, was saying something about knowing yourself, that he wasn't going to generalize, and the same thing here. Please, it's possible. Okay, you need to know God, and that's just the truth. I can't attribute my success to my much reading. Of course, I read my books. I mean, I read my books. I read my books. But God was solidly behind me. I had a good relationship with Him. I really did have a good relationship with Him. So if you know your purpose, why you're studying, what you're studying, and you have an equally good relationship with God, or being spiritual, and having a mentor, I do not wish to add to what any of them have said, especially that of Prof. and the academic genius who has been having a perfect GP for 5 straight years. I think it's my Oga. I think it's my Oga in the academia. I salute you, Mr. James, if you are still with us. I mean, the things they've said are enough. You see, the truth is this, and I think it's a problem. We just want to hear something new. I think that's the issue. We just want someone who is going to say they dipped their head in the water when reading. There's no new thing, nothing new. There's nothing new. It's still the same old tactics. If you do them well, knowing how to pick your beans, permits me to use that word, knowing how to pick your beans. If you do your stuff well, then you should be up and running. You should be flying. And I was told to quickly react. I think this is my reaction to that. God bless you. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Moses.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your reaction. We really, really appreciate. Please stay with us. Don't go yet. Let's listen to the other two speakers so that at the end, we'll now have a general question and answering session. That all the questions of the people, the doubts of the people will be cleared. Please stay with us, sir. We have here to Mr. Wilfred Ayer. He has been here from the very, very beginning, and he has been patiently waiting. We also have Mr. Emeka Onuchukwu, the CEO of Akane's Petroleum and Gas. That's a very, very huge thing. We have great, great men here. So we want to quickly hear from our daddy that has been here, Mr. Patrick Ayer. He's the editor, the head editor for the political section of Sun newspaper. You know, the normal Sun newspaper now, the one you usually read. This is the editor. You can see him. So he's the one that edits for the political section of it. So let's hear from him. Then afterwards we'll hear from Mr. Emeka Onuchukwu. Daddy, we want to hear from you, sir. Daddy, can you hear me?
Oh, I think that's
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you now, sir.
Okay. So I said
Yes,
good evening and greetings to everyone.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I really feel honored to participate in this conference.
Much more.
And I was excited listening to Professor Tai. It was a sweet lecture. It was like if I was in the classroom again. It was a sweet one. So this conference is very unique, and yes, I like the theme. Unleash your genius. Unleash your genius, becoming 28th century thinkers. Wow. When I saw it, I said that most of the people here are people of Generation Z. They call them Generation Z. They are ahead of their time. So I felt highly excited that I'm to speak on life after school. Life after school. I'm going to be as practical as possible. It's not going to be like a normal lecture. I'm not going to sound like the professor who just finished speaking. I'm going to use my experience about 30 years ago when I finished school. Wow. And why I'm happy about this topic is that I have a son who is just about finishing his youth service. And every day I talk with him. And I always tell him the time of enjoyment is over. That you are about to finish your service. 2 or 3 months, you will finish your service and you will go into the world. You know, life after school is like from theory to reality. From the school experience to real life. From the period of dependence, maybe on your parents or your guardian, to independence, when you will be on your own. And the society will look at you as a responsible person. And a lot of people will be looking on to you to give back to society. Even your parents that have been caring for you, you'll be shocked that from your service, they begin to expect that you will also shoulder some responsibilities in the family. So, when I finished school 30 years ago, about 30 years ago, when I was about finishing, I was so excited. I said that it is time for me to make a living, to make it in life. And I said, okay, that I'll be going to Lagos. I was very, very excited that this time I will go to Lagos and get a job and settle down as a man. Meanwhile, I had not gone to Lagos before then. Then came when I eventually went to Lagos. I didn't have any friends. I didn't have any brother. But I just took a bus and went to Lagos and started looking for one distant relation. And I eventually got him, and he agreed to accommodate me. But what shocked me was that we were 9 in one room. You know, accommodation is a major issue in Lagos. We were 9 in one room. Meanwhile, I was looking for a job. No brother, no relation. So it was a terrible experience. But I was determined that I would, in this Lagos, I must succeed. So it was my first experience of life after school. And I am very sure that most of the people participating in this program who are maybe about to finish school and go into the outer world, they may experience similar situations or even worse. But the thing is, that determination, you must be determined. And you must know that life is not a bed of roses. First of all, you have to have self-belief. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe in yourself. After going to primary school, going to secondary school, and going to university or polytechnic, you have no reason to fail. You have been prepared enough academically to succeed. You have no reason to fail. So you have to believe in yourself. That self-belief has to be there. Then, the next stage is developing a clear vision of your career goals. You must sit down and think of your career goals. What do you want to do? You have to look at the course you read. You will sit down and look at what career you want to pursue. What career do you want to pursue? If you are a lawyer, do you want to be a real estate expert? Some lawyers go into real estate. Some lawyers establish chambers. If you are an agric engineer, would you like to work in a private firm? Would you like to establish a farm, a small farm? So you must be clear about your career, what you want to do in life, and how you can use the course you studied to achieve your set goals in life. Then what is important again is the environment. The environment. Where do you want to stay after school? Where do you want to stay after school? Are you going to explore the city centers for jobs? Are you going to stay at home, maybe in your locality, depending on what you want to pursue? Or are you one of those who want to travel abroad? Why I emphasize this environment is that if you go to the international airport today, any of the international airports today, let me take Lagos for an example. You will see many Nigerians about to board flights to different parts of the world. They want to leave the country. They call it Japa. But surprisingly too, you will see so many Europeans and people from other parts of the world in the same airport just landing. So what I want to establish here is that you can make it anywhere. Anywhere you are, you can make it, but you must be clear-headed about what you want to pursue. If you are somebody who read agric engineering, for instance, and you are somebody who wants to be independent, who wants to have, maybe to start with a small poultry or to have a small farm. If you go to the city centers, it may be difficult for you to even have a plot of land to do what you want to do. But if you stay in any of the rural areas, you may be surprised that you will even get land without paying for it. I have an experience to share. When I eventually started work in Lagos, after some years, I felt I was doing well, things started getting well for me. But something happened. When I traveled back to my state in Enugu, I have a circle of friends who are based in Enugu even up to today. And I found out that some of them were even doing far better than myself. Meanwhile, I was in Lagos beating my chest that I was doing well. So what I want to establish is that you can make it anywhere, but you have to be clear-headed on what you want to do after school. Then Professor Taye talked on mentorship. That was sweet. I don't want to. There is nothing to add there. I had it as part of the things I would have talked about. It is very, very important. Mentorship is very important anywhere you are, and it is a universal strategy for growth and success in life. So let me not say anything more on that. Then, life after school, you have to evaluate your friends. While in school, you had so many friends. As you are going out into the outer world, look at your friends, evaluate them. Who are those of them? Who amongst them are focused? Who among them do you think are serious? Or are they just friends for good time? Who are ready to maybe go out and drink, frolic with women, and engage in all kinds of frivolities? So you need to look at your friends. Those who you think are goal-oriented, are more focused. You give them a serious thought, and you make sure that you sustain that relationship, that network, because eventually some of them will help you in life. Again, very, very important is that you need to build your skills and experience. What you read in school, most times you need more skills, to achieve your goals. If you go out tomorrow, you will find out that it's not enough. What they've taught you in school, they are not enough. So you need to improve yourself, and the world is changing every day. The world is changing every day, so you need to upskill. You need to build your skill, get more experience. Those are the things that will facilitate your success in life. There is the issue of development of financial literacy. As a student, you have depended on people. Now, you are going into the wider world. You are going to be independent. If you start work, you will be shocked that your salary may not even be enough to pay your rent, may not even be enough for your transport to work and all that. So you need a lot of financial literacy. You need to plan well. With the little you have to plan well. you have to manage your resources well. Because if you start work, nobody will give you money any longer. It is not expected that when you start work, anybody will still be giving you money. So it is important to have that financial literacy. Then, and this one I'm going to say now is very, very, very important. You have to set goals. Set a goal to become your own boss. Of course, most people after graduation will be looking for jobs, all manner of jobs, to work for people. Yes, it's a good way to start, especially for people who may not be from very well-off families. But I can tell you that it is good to set a target of how many years you work before you begin to think of being on your own. Working for somebody, maybe a private person, or even for the public. Yes, they are good because they can sustain you and you may not be hungry. But let me tell you, you cannot make it if you are working. You cannot be a rich man if you are working for somebody or working for the, maybe for a public, maybe for, let me say, an institution, a public institution. I want to relate a personal experience. When I went to Lagos, there was a friend who read electrical engineering. So when we were looking for a job, he said he was not ready to look for a job, that he will go to Computer Village in Lagos, where they sell all these accessories, phone and all that. So he said that he will be on his own. So we were laughing at him and we were telling him, as a graduate, you are going to mix with all these traders and all that. That is so shameful for you, that you are belittling yourself to go and become just a trader. But let me tell you, 20 years down the line, that same person we were laughing at for taking up his destiny in his own hands can employ 30 of us. He can employ 30 of us. I'm not talking about fresh graduates. He can employ people, some of us who are his colleagues, who came out from the university the same time with him. So I'm encouraging every person here, especially those of you who are still in the school and about to finish, that you must set a target of when to be an independent person, an entrepreneur. You have your own business and become an employer of labor. Then I want to talk about self-motivation. Motivation. This one looks almost childish, but you need to motivate yourself. You need to motivate yourself, and it's going to be a daily thing. It's going to be routine. Let me give you an example. You can write maybe on a piece of paper, like, I will make it, I will work hard and I will make it. I will work hard and I will make it. This is just an example. And you paste it by your bedside. Or you can even store it in your phone. Every morning when you wake up after your prayers, you look at it and talk to yourself. Say it out, read it out. Don't read it within your mind. Say it out. I will work hard and I will make it. I will work hard every day. It will prepare you psychologically. You may think it's childish, but I'm telling you that it is very, very, very important. So, like I said, that my lecture is going to be very practical from my own personal experience. And in summary, I want to say that if you believe in yourself and work hard, you will definitely make it. There is no going back. You will make it. Thank you, and God bless you. If there are any questions, I'm available.
Wow, Daddy, thank you so much for that. That was a very mind-blowing session. It was very, very mind-blowing. In just a few minutes, you read out a whole lot of strategies. The very first thing you talk about was self-belief, how that self-belief is very, very important and pivotal on the steps making it correct. You talked about developing a clear vision of your goal, that is having a very clear vision of what one wants to do after school. In fact, even from school, it's very, very necessary from school, not just after school, so that before one graduates, one already has a vision, a picture of what one would like to go into. Then talked about environment, the importance of environment. That's very, very true. The environment of a seed will determine whether the seed will germinate or not. Then from there, you talked about mentorship, which Professor Taye also talked about. So the importance of mentorship cannot be overemphasized. Then he talked about evaluating your friends. Friends are very, very, very pivotal in one's journey to success. In fact, I think a wise man once said that if you find yourself in the midst of people, like 5 persons, and the 5 persons are full, he said, check very well. You are the sixth person. I've forgotten how the quote went. And then it's something like that. That if you find yourself in a midst of 5 foolish persons, check very well. They are not 5, they are 6, and you are the sixth person. 6 foolish persons. So friends really go a very long way to determining one's success in life. Then he talked about building skills and experience, which is very, very important because skills are not like shops. Wherever one goes, one can go with one skills. If one knows how to, let's say, write very, very well. If one is in America, one can write. If one is in Indonesia, one can still write. In Nigeria, one can still write. So skills follow one everywhere one goes, unlike the shop, the goods, and all that. And he talked about development of financial literacy, which is very, very, very important, especially on campus, so that from being students, one would have that awareness to how money should be used, managed, and invested. Then he talked about self-motivation. This is very, very important, absolutely important, because there are lots of discouragements that happen along the way. And if there is nothing internal to motivate one, it will be very, very difficult for one to fulfill one's dreams at the end. Daddy, thank you so, so much, sir. So we have questions. So we have questions. Questions. Before we take the questions, I want us to take the questions like once and for all. So we want to hear from Mr. Emeka Onuchukwu. Is the CEO of Arcane's Petroleum and Gas. So after he finishes speaking, can now hear from everyone. So we are very, very privileged to have you. It's an honor. It's an honor. Thank you for honoring this invitation. We are so happy, sir. We are so happy, sir. So, sir, we'll have you speak with us now, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being here.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. And it's my honor to come behind great men. First, Professor Taye, my pastor, my friend, my senior colleague, my co-minister, just about everything. someone I so much respect to the roots. I had many things I could be doing now, but as soon as I saw him, I suspended everything to listen to him. And then Sir Wilfred Ayer, you wouldn't know how much I was excited to listen to you, because I was like, wow, this Baba is speaking from core experience. Not many people have that kind of experience. 30 long years. I mean, that's no fun anywhere. And I value it so much. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate the values you delivered. And I grabbed them with both hands as we were speaking. I learn every day, and I love that so much. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. All right. So, I just wanted to say to Mr. Moses, why are you stuffing people with so much value in a short while? Do you want them to choke? Prof just finished delivering, and Sir Wilfred have just delivered. You don't know that this is too much in a short while. That's too much value being delivered in a short while. And I hope the people will be able to soak it in and to run with it. Please, I hope you are recording this. I hope you are recording it, because you need to deliver it to people so they could go over it again and again. Take it from me, the 2 sessions I've listened to are enough to make anybody in life, and I mean it. When Professor started, he said if he knew few of these things when he was in school, that he will be flying by now, even though he's flying. But maybe if he was at 10,000 feet above sea level, he may have been at 50,000 feet above sea level, because there are levels. Life is a life of levels. And honestly, I should say thank you for the time. So briefly, I won't speak more than 20 minutes, because we've already gone deep into the night, so we could close. I will do a bit of a summary, right? First of all, I am a pastor, and unapologetic one at that, because I started pastoring at the age of 18. So I'm a deep-seated person when it comes to faith. I am a deep faith person. So I can't speak, I can't say anything without having my premise as God's word. So to portray what the 2 great speakers before me said, you see, mentorship. I tell people that the shortest distance, the easiest route between where you are and where you want to be is a mentor. I use all kinds of examples to show it. But the easiest I can tell you is that wherever you are now, if I give you the address of my house in the US and ask you to meet me, you may struggle, you may go through a whole lot of horrible experiences. But if you have maybe my child, my wife, someone who has been to my house, go with you from wherever you are, you'll find yourself in my house. So that's the easiest. Someone who has been where you're going will simply take your hands and you find yourself there. And to buttress what you said, just as Sir Wilfred ended, he said, your friends. And you ended it by using the saying that goes this way. If you say that you are in the midst of 5 fools, check again, because you are actually in the midst of 6 fools, because you are one of them. And the scripture that I used to back it up is Proverbs chapter 13 and verse 20. It says, he that walketh with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. That is the summary. And I tell people that anybody can be wrong, but you see, word of God, it can never be wrong. I hold it with both hands, because that's the foundation of my life. All the success I've ever made in my life as a student till date is based on God's word. Now, let me say that I am speaking on entrepreneur as a student, or students entrepreneurs. And The basics is that someone will build entrepreneurial mindset from school to help him go through school with minimal financial stress. And then at graduation, you have a stepping stone to jump in life, like a jump pad, like a leapfrog in life. So I will just give you the simplest testimony, like Sir Wilfred did, telling us his story. When he was talking, I was laughing hard. I said, 9 men in a room. Come on. That can only be matched by Futo. Futo in the early days of Futo. You know, we are 8 of us in a corner, not a room, a corner. Because we were now 24 in the whole room. Because 8 will be in one corner. 8 in one corner. That's 24 men in a room. And I could relate with what he was saying. I said, yes, sir. That's an experience that few people can relate with in this generation, you know, because we pay for accommodation for our children. They go and live 1 in a room or 2 in a room, and they be complaining that that room is not good and all that. But we stayed 8 in a corner of a room, you know. So when he said there were 9 in a room, I said, yes, sir. There's no way you couldn't have done well, because you could just borrow yourself sense and quickly start doing well, you know. You know, that's the truth about life. So I have my experience to share. So I came from a hometown in Anambra State where we are all born into business, and it's the same thing with me. Both parents were business people, but I made up my mind I was going to school. As the first son too, it was not normal for a first son in Anambra State in those days to go to school. That's the university. It's so absurd, because the first son naturally goes into business, starts making money 6 years or 7 years after, and then starts helping others who are brainy, especially the men, not the women, to go to school. So that was the norm then. But when I said I want to be a graduate, it was somewhat not looking good. But even at the age of 16, 17, I was already doing business.
Don't worry. Have you
I was already
provided your
doing business.
information?
So
Register.
please,
Then after you've
someone needs to be
registered,
muted. Someone's microphone is on. Please kindly mute the person. Okay, thank you. So I was determined I was going to the university. But you know what? Having been in an environment where if you don't have money and you go to school in Anambra State, they will mock the sense out of you. Especially, I'm from Nnewi. So in Nnewi, if you don't have money, talking is like noise. If you are talking, you are making noise, even if you have a PhD, because nobody will value anything you do if you don't have money. And I knew it. So I told myself, even though I want to have a certificate, I want to be a graduate, so that I can fit into society well at a high level, but I need to make money. Otherwise, these my brothers will laugh the hell out of me. And I'm the first son. If you are the first son and you don't have money, brother, you are the last son. Nobody will value you for anything. That was the situation in my place then. So I promised myself, Emeka, go to school. But as you are going to school, keep your eyes open. Look for money, because there's money everywhere. If you didn't hear anything I said today, hear that there is money everywhere. Everywhere there is money. Sir Wilfred made such reference. He said, every environment you can succeed anywhere. Because Europeans are trooping into Nigeria. What are they saying? That there is money literally on the streets of Nigeria, but Nigerians can't see it. Rather, they are running to America to clean the bodies of old men and women and to get the few pounds they are willing to give them. Americans and Europeans are wondering what is wrong with us. A land filled with opportunity, undeveloped, nothing has been built here. Nothing has been done. No business has started. Your richest man is just worth $20 billion, and he's struggling. And you people are living such a virgin land full of billions, trillions, and coming to their land. They wonder what is wrong with us. So they come in here and rake in the money with both hands. So where you are is not the issue. So I told myself, Emeka, when you get to that school, I studied in Futo, open your eyes and look for the money, because there's money there. So as I got to school, as a student, I began to look for the money. Now, again, note that he told us that you are going to face challenges. Yeah? So challenges are not really problems. They are just challenges. Some of the times, when you look at a staircase, don't you think that staircase is a problem for some people? But staircases, you can't do without them if you want to climb any height. You need staircases. And yet, for some people, there are problems. So, anywhere you get to, please, as soon as you see problem, note that it's an opportunity that is masked in such a way that it will look scary. So, getting to school, I don't want to bore you with all, but let me just show you the point. 2 points that built my entrepreneurial drive. My in-law called me and said, because I kept bothering him with businesses we can do. Eventually, I pushed him into joining me to do photocopying business because I know that photocopying is a very regular thing in every school. So I said to him, photocopying is a good business. Can we do it? We started. After some time, it wasn't working. Of course, lack of experience, mentorship comes in. If I had a mentor, I wouldn't lose my first business. So I went back to him, told him what the troubles I faced. He said, Emeka, why don't you just go back to school? Every month I will send you money. Why are you doing all this? I will send you money that will keep you in school. I said, sir, thank you so much, but I want to do business. I want to make the money. I don't want you to be sending me money. It's not common for a student to reject such offer. He's a very wealthy man, and he could give me money that will keep me in school. But I say, no, sir, thank you for the offer. I want to do business. He said, so be it. That was when he went and bought me brand new photocopier, 150,000 naira in 1999. In those days, dollar was less than 100 naira. Calculate what that money could be today. It was so much money. But he spent it because of that, my resolve to do business. So I started a lot. I learned a lot. I did a lot of businesses. Then one day, let me tell you the one that worked. You know, when you see a rich man or a businessman, the only story of him you hear often is the one that worked. You won't hear about the ones that failed. You know, when people talk about Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, they don't know how many millions of dollars they lost before they began making money. They didn't know that Amazon ran for 10 years and didn't make profit. They didn't know that Elon Musk bought $300 million in 1 year. They didn't know. It's only the fact that he's making $100 million a week. That's the only thing they hear. So I will tell you, I failed in a lot of businesses. But I told myself, there is no way I will be in this place. There were in those days about 10,000 students in photo, and I calculated that each of us spend averagely 100 naira every day in school, and 10,000 times 100 is 1 million naira. I said to myself, how could you be in the school where they spend 1 million naira every day and none is coming to you? It's a sin. It's an abomination. You should be bringing in some of that to yourself. Provide value, they'll pay you. What did I do? I began to look for what to do. A lot. But there was a day. Because what you are looking for is what you will see. You cannot see for, you can't say, oh, I have found the pen. That's only if you were looking for the pen. You cannot say, oh, I found my 100 naira. Where are you looking for the 100 naira? You can't find what you are not looking for. So because I was looking out for business, looking out for how to develop a system that will cost money to start coming to me, one day, I am someone who likes premium quality in everything I do. So I like eating bread as a student. But the bread they sold to us in Puto those days is the bread of affliction. Because this bread, if you buy it, you can squeeze it and put it in your pocket. It will go flat as soon as you because there's nothing inside it. You just squeeze it and it will finish. That was the bread they sold to us. And all of us detested it because there was nothing in it. It was chaff. But there was nothing else to buy. So anybody that travels to town will always, for those that have some money, will buy sliced bread. And as soon as you come in, people will gather around you to get a slice. So I went to town one of those days and I said to myself, is there no way somebody can be selling sliced bread inside this school? Why must we be buying this bread of affliction all the time? So instead of buying one loaf that I needed, I bought 3. As I bought the 3, I came into school and I said to myself, can you keep 2 for the kiosk in front of your hostel? If you go in and come out, let's even see if anybody will buy. So I came back, I kept 2 for him and said, bros, this is my bread. Though. He's my friend, of course. I've always been talking to him because I was looking out for business. So I talked to him to know how the kiosk is working. He was telling me how he sells. So I said, see these 2 loaves, please. If anybody prices it, sell it for me. And I placed it the same price you could have bought it in town, no premium. So value is provided already. I took one and went into the one I'll eat. I went into the room, dropped it in the room, dropped my bag, changed to go and eat. By the time I came out, it was less than 20, 30 minutes. By the time I came out, I looked on the kiosk. I didn't see the two loaves again. I walked up to him and said, bros, I kept 2 loaves here just now before I went inside. Is it that you didn't notice? Who took it? He said, but you asked me to sell it now. I said, yes. He said, I've sold it now. I said, what? You've sold the 2 loaves now that I went in, I came out. Hey, I found it. Eureka! I found it. I said, oh, thank you. Can I have my money? He gave me my money. The next day, I went to town. My first batch was 20 loaves. I came in. Before noon, it was gone. The next day, so every day, I was selling 20, 30, 40 loaves of bread every day until I hit 90 loaves every day. So as a student, in 2001, I was making 1,000 naira every day in school. 1,000 naira in 2001 is equivalent to 10,000 naira today. So I want you to imagine a student who has a business that gives him 10,000 naira every day in school. Today, he's a bigger boy. So many people in town don't make that kind of money. In fact, some bankers don't see that kind of money, except if you are a banking officer. That is the truth. So many people that work in factories, and in fact, they don't see it. That was how I started. So my beloved brethren, I want to let you know that it was that hunger that anywhere I go, I went for my youth service. I served in Mina. They say there's no money in the north. I say, forget it. There's money everywhere. You look for it, you see it. I was importing palm oil from Port Harcourt into Niger State, and there was too much market. I was selling. And I established a phone call business. In fact, I didn't tell you all, while I was in school, I was the campus pastor. I was making a good grade. I was a 2-1 student. I was a businessman running 3 different businesses. I went to Aba to buy spaghetti and tin tomato to sell to those bookers in school, because I said to myself, how can I be here every day? I'm paying these booker people. I'm not getting anything from them. They are making money from me. Shouldn't I make money from them? And every rice somebody eats in this school, I should get some portion of the rice as my profit. And so I was bringing tin tomatoes to them and spaghetti. Finally, I was running a phone call business. My parents bought me a phone so that I will be communicating with them. I said, wait, I don't need that phone. I need it for business. I quickly gave it to someone who makes phone call for me inside school. 2002, phone was just a new thing that a young person will want to carry phone and be moving around as a big boy. I have a phone. I said, I don't need that big boy. I need big money. I put it, nobody in my class knew I had a phone because I didn't need you to know. I need to make money. So I surrendered my personal phone to become my business phone. And I was making money, selling recharge card, making calls. I was selling tin tomato and spaghetti. And I was selling bread. Long story short, I handed that business over to other people who used it to train themselves in school. So this is my experience, and I want to tell you, it was the same drive. So let me say this. In every job, there is a business. When I graduated, I began working because of my strong attraction to the financial markets. I studied agri-economics, as my prof said, but I told myself, I don't need the Greek, I need the economics. Because I don't want to go to the farm. I want to be in the economic part of the world. I want to be in the economy. I want to run the economy. So what caught my attention, again, please, while you are running your life, whatever you are doing, lecturer, working, something must catch your attention that you will love so much. Please, that is where your business is going to come from. Something that so much interests you. It may not be part of your job. It may not be part of the core of your course, but it will just catch your attention. What caught mine was the stock market. In my final year, I said, wow. I was so excited about the stock market. And I said, as soon as I graduate, I dropped my pen. I'm going to study this thing too well to understand it. Long story short, as soon as I picked newspapers, old papers, for those that say, I don't have money to buy this, forget it. You don't need to buy anything to start. I'm doing oil and gas business today. I started with 0 naira. The only capital I had was the will to learn. And within 6 months, I gathered so much knowledge that when I was talking, an importer looked at me and said, "You know so much about this business. Can we talk?" I had no capital, but I had knowledge. My knowledge was my capital. Down the line, 3 years down the line, somebody was willing to give me 3 million naira to do a trial. 2 weeks after, I gave him profit of 250,000. He brought 10 million. At a time, he was begging, "Please, any opportunity, let me know." Today, we are trading with hundreds of millions. I didn't start with 1 naira. The reason is simply, I knew that anywhere you are and you add value, people will call you. So, as I was in that school, as I was graduating, stock market caught my attention. Long story short, I promised myself I must work in a stockbroking firm. There was none. I didn't know anyone. But what you are looking for is looking for you. Inside the house where I was squatting, like my daddy said, where I was squatting, somebody that is running a stockbroking firm came to visit the man. And as they were talking, is dropping. I had him mention marketer. I said, "Sir, this is the marketer you are looking for. Look no further. How much do you want to be paid? I don't need pay. Allow me to come to work and go home. I just want to learn." You're a fresh graduate. You should need money. And I said, "I don't need money. I need experience. Allow me come. I know they will pay me later." And they did pay. Because by the time you see a young, very zealous man working for you, there's no way you won't pay him. And he's bringing value. So, long story short, I began stockbroking. I asked my boss one day, "What do I do so that I'll be relevant in this field?" He said, "If you charter as a stockbroker, you will become indispensable." I said, "All that?" He said, "Yes." I started. That exam is the toughest exam I've written in my life. Today I'm doing my doctorate. I've never seen anything that puts pepper inside my ear like stockbroking exam. Many I started with stopped. In fact, all stopped. I told myself, you see this qualification, I must grab it. 5 years down the line, I became a chartered stockbroker. I said, good, bring it on. Any more thing? Now, oil and gas. When I met oil and gas, same thing. So it's the same principle because you are looking for something. When others are seeing problem, you are seeing solution. The place I started oil and gas business, I left the banking, the stockbroking in the bank to do it. It was so dirty. Anybody that's been to a papa, it's so dirty, but I didn't care. I said, you see this place, since I've seen money here, inside this debt, there is money, and I'll collect the money and leave this debt. And I stayed there. 3 years, 4 years down the line, the same man who will come out at the gate and did not have a place to sit down will now come in and enter the office and meet with the MDs and have meetings with CEOs, top oil traders in the country. So, my beloved brethren, people, wherever you are, it is that resolve to look for money wherever you are. In every job, there is a business. Today, I'm working for a company. I'm the COO, but I'm doing business in the same job I'm doing because there is work. There is business in every job. There is money everywhere. I will not bore you any further. Please go ahead and look for the money. It is where you are, and you will sure find it. God bless you. Thank you so much. I hand over to Mr. Michael.
Wow. You really left me speechless, so I don't know what to say again.
It's my pleasure.
That was really very mind-blowing. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your story. Your story is really very inspirational. Very inspirational. So we want to give opportunity to people to ask questions. People that have questions. It's like, Sir James, you understand?
I think we just did it. So now that was a much powerful session now. Yeah, I think now it's for questions.
We want to give opportunity to people who have questions so that we don't linger. We don't linger any further. If you don't have questions, I have questions. I'll ask my questions.
I could also have a contribution though. Yeah.
I have a question.
If you can hear me, please indicate. Let's know. If you can hear me, indicate, please.
I can hear you, sir. I can hear you.
If you can hear me, please indicate.
Yes, can hear you.
Okay.
No, I can hear you.
We can hear you.
I don't know. I don't know why no one is responding.
Yes, I can hear you.
We cannot hear you now. We can hear you.
You are hearing me, sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hear you, sir.
The network is
Can someone
spotty. I
just
don't think
put it chat?
I don't.
Can put someone put it in the chat box so that you can hear. So he can speak.
Yes, I
I
can
hear
hear
you,
you.
sir. I hear you.
Okay.
Can hear you.
Okay, please ask your question.
All right.
Yes, I can
My
hear you.
question is directed to Mr. Wilfred. So he talked about students leveraging on their skills while they are still undergraduate. So my question is that as students, as working students, maybe perhaps some students are actually working, and they have a lot to manage, both their school, their work, their church, and other activities. How can one now, put in leverage on skills too at the same time? Because I have a mentor that has always been saying that okay, it's not just all about school alone, but one should also strive to also succeed in other areas, maybe curricular activities like building up a page. So, but I don't know how do you advise a working student on leveraging on skills that can actually help out in the future? How does the person manage? Do you think it will not distract the person from? Do you think that maybe the work or another area of life will not distract the person while he's trying to do it?
Okay. I hope I heard your question well. You were talking about upskilling. That is trying to build up your skill. Is that what you asked?
Yes, sir, exactly.
So as you are going into the world, you have to do a lot of multitasking. You have to do a lot of multitasking. You cannot just like Pastor Onuchuku said his experience. You can see he was in school, he was selling bread, he was doing a lot of things. You understand? So no matter what, depending on your ability and your determination, you can, no matter your schedule, you can still build up your knowledge, your experience. You can register in, okay, he was doing stockbroking. He had to go for a stockbroking exam and all that. Meanwhile, it wasn't the only thing he was doing. He was doing all that. So you can engage in so many. In fact, if you want to succeed in life, you have to do so many other. Even as I'm talking to you, journalism is just one of the many things I'm doing. That
Yeah.
is the truth. One of the. So and good a thing. You people are still, most of you here are young, so you have the energy, you have the intellectual ability to, engage in as many skills and knowledge based institutions as possible. I hope I attempted your question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Please, James, permit me to switch off my video. I'm still on with you. Anybody that asks any question, I will be able to answer, please.
And James, if there are no more questions, please, can I leave? I just came back this evening.
Understandably, though, I must say that if I'm not, I think it is the preserve of Samuel. I think he's having issues on his own end. I don't know. Mostly is kind of the host. But I think in this situation, I think anyone that has a patient please just share because this is Q&A session.
So I can leave now. Because I'm really...
Moses is back.
Sorry?
Okay, Moses is back. The host is back. Just to be trying to get him.
Okay, the network is really fluctuating. I don't know. I want people to ask. Okay, I want people to ask their questions, but it's network is fluctuating. It's like network. Okay. I have a question for Pastor Emeka Onochukwu. So please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
I said I have a question for Pastor Emeka Onochukwu. So I don't know if you are
Please
still
go
with us.
ahead.
Are you still with us, sir?
Yes, I'm here. I'm on.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So please,
Yeah.
while you were talking, as you narrated your story, okay, sir. So as you narrated your story from when you began to sell bread on campus, so I want to like the kind of prowess you exhibited with respect to entrepreneurship was like it's really really challenging. Okay, sir. So I said you talked about how you started selling bread on campus. So I was just wondering as you were talking, the kind of entrepreneurship, that kind of entrepreneurship that you talked about. Okay, sir. So, like while you were narrating your story, and you talked about how that you were selling bread on campus, and then from there you talked about how you were able to scale to other business models and like that till you are where you are presently. So, sir, I was just wondering, were there skills that you acquired? Like, what exactly? Like, is it that you were born with that entrepreneurial skill, like naturally? You just knew how to find problems and how to manufacture solutions for them in such a way that it was just working for you. People have some persons. I was speaking with a lady, and she was telling me that she's not business inclined, that she's not really the business type, and she cannot talk, she cannot sell, and all that. So there are people that believe that selling, business, and all these things are like inborn, they are natural, they are innate. And so if one thinks it's not one's nature, then there's nothing one can do about it. So, sir, please, can you just tell us, like, is it that you were born with these skills, these entrepreneurial skills, or you learned it along the way? What exactly was that thing that was able to make you identify problems and also look for creative solutions for them in such a way that they were able to generate money for you. So that is my question, sir.
Okay. I am very sure that Sir Wilfred will be laughing
So I don't
where
know if you
he
got
is
the
now.
question, sir.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. And I think it's just your network that is having issues. Others are well connected, you know.
Yes.
So,
Sir, did you get the
yeah,
question, sir?
very well. I got it. I got it very well. Yeah. So, I'm already answering you. The thing is, there is always
Sir, did you
this
get the question?
nature-nurture argument. Yes, I'm answering already. So there is always this nature-nurture argument. Yes, certain things come with people naturally. But take it from me, when you are faced with a lion pursuing you, Usain Bolt do not need to train you in racing. On your own, you just get skills. On your own, you will learn how to run because you
Yes.
are faced with a life and death issue. That's exactly what happens when someone becomes determined. Like Sir Wilfred said, you set a goal. As
It's not audible again.
Oh, okay. Can anybody still hear me?
Yes, now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So I was trying to say that anybody that says to you that he doesn't have a skill for selling, don't mind. There must be another skill you have. If you look inward, you will see another skill you have that can do as well as a selling person does. Like I said, yes, if you knew me as a child, I can't talk where people are. I can't. I will just keep quiet because I don't want anybody to hear my voice. And what I said did not make a lot of sense. I've always wanted to be relevant in life from childhood, but I don't like talking where people are so that I will not talk nonsense. And you know that if the Bible says that if somebody keeps quiet, he will consider a wise man. So I always believe that silence is golden. But you know what? Growing up, I found that if you keep quiet, the world will keep quiet on you. If you don't talk, nobody will talk to you. So I began talking. It is the same me. And let me tell you, selling does not always have to do with talking. It doesn't always have to do with marketing. But every business you must sell. In fact, today there is digital marketing. Do you need to talk to do digital marketing? No. Just go out there and push out what you want to sell. And people will see it and communicate with you. You don't have to talk. But again, selling is different from just from talking. To sell means this is something I have and somebody needs it. And you push it out there and say all the things, showcase the value it can deliver. So, like I said before, if you are able to set the goals, one of the goals I advise school leavers to set is pay your bills. That's how I say it. As soon as you walk up to me as a young graduate, I say, my friend, pay your bills. As soon as possible, pay your bills. Because that's the goal I set. And all the people that followed that goal have come out fine. Pay your bills. You can't graduate and a year, 2 years after, people are still paying your bills. And as soon as you make up your mind to pay your bills, all sorts of ideas will start flying into your head. It is when you go home to depend on people because your parents have a very fine house. You come home and you lie down and you sleep. You press phone from morning till night. When you wake up, there is still food to eat. That's why you are still pressing phone. When you are where there is no food, you won't press phone. You will go out there to look for what to do to make money. So I want to say to you, everybody can sell. And then he talked about upskilling. Selling is a skill. My in-law said, please stop this business. I will give you money that is enough for you every month. I said, no, please. I want to learn because it's in the process of doing that I can learn. So I encourage everyone, don't allow yourself to be in a situation where people take care of you. Go and do something. In the process, you will learn. And even selling is a skill everybody can learn. Thank you very much. Like we've lost Moses.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your reply, sir. In fact, you've really done justice to the question. So, if there is anyone that has any other question from any of the speakers, please ask. We've gone far into the night already, so that we'll call it a night or a day. I don't know anyone from here. Please, if you have any question, you can ask now.
I have a suggestion, please, Moses.
Okay, sir.
Please, like Sir Wilfred said, I am drained for today. I started my day as early as 4 a.m. and I really need any rest I can get because tomorrow morning we are hitting the road again. I mean, series of meetings. Tomorrow is Monday, and we have series of meetings to do. So please, you can share our contact. Anybody that has a question can just send the question and reference this meeting. That will help us, please.
Exactly.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Thank you.
There's no problem, sir. There's no.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Sir
you.
Wilfred, I also need to get your contact. Please permit me to talk to you as a mentor, please. Those of you that went before us.
Mentor. You already made. What is there to mentor again?
No, sir. Please, sir. I still need a lot, please.
Okay, bye. All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a good night,
bye.
please, everyone.
Yeah, good night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Okay. Everyone. Please, if you are still with me, can you just reply, please? Let me know.
Hello, I am with you.
I'm with you.
Okay.
Please, I have a question.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Please, I have a question for Pastor Mecca.
Okay. I will drop his contact. I'll drop his contact in the chat box so that if you have questions concerning any of the speakers, I'll just drop their contacts. You can just message them and ask your questions directly. You reference this conference and then they would answer your questions. Hope that's okay.
Yes, but my question, won't it also be good if it's permitted?
Or just ask. Let me know what you're asking first. Let's know if it's something we can do justice to.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, my question is this. Like for me, the way I schooled, I knew that from time that I needed to, that is, I would be the one to fund my school in my higher institution. So that's now drove me to using a different system, which I didn't live on campus. I did distance education because I needed to work as an employed person and then go to school and then also did ministry work, church work and all that. So knowing that I needed to fund my education. So now, and right from that time, I've never been idle. I've been busy with, different work, business and all that. So now, at this point, and I am trying to upscale, I want to, do better. So I kind of need advice on things I can do to go higher, to do better, both in business and in other aspects. So I would like to get some advice, either from Pastor Mecca, on how I can upscale and be, better than I am at the moment.
Okay, okay. Um, we still have I'm gonna drop his contact. I'll drop his contact in the chat box so that you can message him directly and ask him this question. But do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll drop his contact. I'll drop his contact. You can private chat him and ask him questions. You put justice to it. So we still have Sir James here. We still have Sir James. We'll have Sir Sumadina and then Samuel. So I will drop the contact of our pastor in the chat box so that someone who has questions and the other can ask him directly. But then I want to know if any of these three speakers would ask the question. Sir James, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, it's echoing.
Okay, is it a question you love to react? Hello?
Hello, Marcus. You're saying something.
Okay, I said the question that Mount Teraphim. Yes, I think Mount Teraphim. The question he asked. Like, is it a question you love to react to, or any of the speakers?
Okay. Not really, not necessarily. I do not really have kind of the context of the situation. I think the pastor is actually in the best position to give an answer to that particularly.
Okay, okay. So I will drop his contact. I'll drop his contact in the chat box after this call, so that anyone who has question on what Pastor said can chat him up, as well as Sir Williams too. I'll drop his contact so you can also chat him up. But with respect to the academic session, the areas that Sir James, Samuel, and Sir Madina talked about, does anyone have any question in those areas, the academic areas and all that, so that if no one has, we'll call it a night from now. Is there a question like that? Okay, so no one has a question with respect to the academic session. Can we end the chat now? Is someone talking?
Yes.
Okay, please.
I have a question to ask Sir James.
Okay.
In respect to the academics, please, like I want to know, how many hours do you put in to study? In the university, how many hours do you consume? Do you burn your midnight candles and everything? Like, how many hours do you do that a day, in a week, and all this? Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting question, and somewhat to understand the typical one that I do get. I don't know. Can you hear me, Benedict? I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, so wait, can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Hey, you can go ahead.
Oh,
Please.
all right.
Yes.
All right. So it's kind of a typical question that I do get, and my answer is always very unusual. Um, I've shared it. So I have committed question academic cycle for the past 2 years, and so um, and so I've gotten this question, and my answer is always very unusual, and it is that I do not have a slated hour for reading. And there are reasons for that. So on the side, right, as I said, I have a social media following. I had to build that, right? I have so many extracurricular interests, and that's what the other reason why, to an extent, I was kind of smiling all through when the pastor was speaking, and Mr. Wilson was also he was, I think Wilfred was speaking also, because there is that entrepreneurial aspect to my life, right? The work area and the working aspect, and kind of building myself for the position I am in now, a life of options. So, so in that very situation, I had so many competing interests with my academics, and it wasn't so much that I could say I have a fixed time for reading. But there is a framework that I adopted, and I shared it. I said I cannot. The truth about it is, people will ask me, "Okay, James, how many hours do you read?" And I say, I don't have a fixed hours." Then you just like, I don't have fixed hours. And then you just like, then how do you maintain academic excellence still? And the answer is this: yes, I'm not the most disciplined top student. I don't read 27 hours a day. I think people that follow me will understand what I mean by that. I don't read 27 hours a day, but what the framework that helps me is the framework of, number one, understanding the context of the time, and number two, doing what matters when it matters. Understanding the context of the time, and number two, doing what matters when it matters. When I say understanding the context of the time, right? So, in one of my courses, I think it's section on graduate, what I did was that I shared with students that every semester I see it in four phases, right? Long before examination, shortly before examination, during examination, and after examination. And most times the bulk of the work, like when I'm talking about performance-wise, for you to get what you want, the grade that you want. For example, I need an 8. Sometimes the most crucial part, we understand that, is going to be shortly before examination, right? Um, but then there's that period long before examination where you have to just be going for lectures and come back, no serious coursework is going on. Now, in that very context, someone like me you might not really see me. Look, definitely I'm doing what matters when it matters. Like, is it lecture period? I'm going for the lectures. Am I in the lecture hall? I need to listen. I'm listening. Um, do I have an assignment that is due? Right? If you have an assignment, I have to solve it and to find a solution to it before it is due. So those things that actually matter, I do them when they matter. I don't really understand. But you have to understand that there are also, as the semester develops, the intensity also develops too. And in that period that you don't understand, at every point you ask yourself, what is the most important thing for the moment? What is the most crucial thing for the moment? The end goal is to have a record of excellence. So if I'm to have an A, now for me, kind of a priori, like from the beginning, ab initio, from the beginning, my aim is always to have an A in every course. And so I know what it takes. I know what it takes. And every moment, but then I know I have competing interests. Okay, I also want to graduate with a following, with a huge social media following, for the entrepreneurial aspect of me, because I know I have to build a brand out of academic excellence, right? According to what Pastor say, that's a business of excellence. That's a business for every job, right? Something like that. And to give a kind of it, like in 24 hours, I made 100K just 2 months. Not just a month after I was done with my final papers. So I built myself to be in this very position. And I know that to give you a sense that I pictured, I had a vision that at this very point, everything is going to be really important to me. And so that even my non-academic interests were very likely was almost as important as my academic aspect, as the academic aspect of my life. And so I had to find I had to find the delicate balance between all these very interests. And so when I say understanding the context, so there are periods long before examination that maybe that maybe you do not need to read as much. Now, I know what I'm saying is heresy. Like, I know there are some students that they start reading. Like, I know from some, well, I know someone that I think that had a that graduated with 5.4. I don't know. Just recently, she said that she read 8 hours a day. I don't. I know that I'm a kind of a heretic when I come to that. But I know for me, I know that there are periods. I'm a very believer in the Pareto principle. The Pareto principle. And what is the Pareto principle? It's kind of 80% of the result comes from 20% of the effort. 80% of the result comes from 20% of the effort. And so, with that very, it was coined by Vilfredo Pareto. You can look that up, the principle. And so, 80%, for example, let's just say your room is untidy, and you find out that if you are just able to arrange things like the room, almost 80% is 80% organized and almost like neat, and just all you have to do is just sweep. So kind of 80% of the result hinges on 20% of the effort. And so I kind of at every point, for me that have different interests, for me that have different competing interests, right? I'm an economist. So it comes to that. Me that have different interests, I understand that I try to figure out what's the 20% that matters. What is the percent that matters? And for you to get a great of academic, for you to have an A, you have to submit. Like for example, I don't know how they distribute tests in your department, in your school, your university. But for me, definitely we have assignments. Assignments forms part of our gradings. We have presentations, graded presentations. They also fall part of that. We also have now we have the test, maybe impromptu test. Some lecturers incorporate participation. Some incorporate then they have the CAs and also the final examination. Now these are all the things that practically contribute to our marks. I don't really understand. And so for me to understand the 20%, I have to understand what are the things that are going to give me the marks that matter, the record of excellence. And I build around that. So if there's an assignment, and there's one assignment to be had, I know that I have to submit it when due. What matters when it matters, and I do it. Right? If there is a presentation that we have to present, like we have to prepare most times at the end of the day, you guys understand. If we used to put things on top of the top students, right? Once they are sharing group and they say that this top student is your group, everyone just they attend to Israel. They don't they say the top student want to pay. If you want to pay, don't do it now. We are saying we are already on the ground. So what? So at the end of the top student carries the board. But I know that I have to prepare for those presentations, right? And as a side though, be the top student, be the person that carries the burden, because at the end of the day, you're going to have there's a ripple reward, there's a ripple effect of that. There's a reward on a sentimental level to the lecturers. They are humans. They know the students that carry the burden. I've talked about that so much. I've shared that. But I'm just telling you to understand what matters when it matters, understand, figure out the 20%, and always try to, especially for those of you that are working too, always working, some of you here are working students, right? This is very important to you. Always try to know what is the principle, what are the 20% that give you 80% of the results. For me, I know that it is those tests. I know it is attending lectures and listening and trying to understand what is taught first time rightly. And so that's someone like me. For example, if I go to class, most times when I go to lecture hall, I try to understand what is being taught right first time rightly. Now, once I understand what is being taught, I do not necessarily need to go back to it maybe just almost immediately, because I won't forget what I understand. Or maybe it is easier for me to reconnect with what I've understood. So you have to understand, yes, for me, this attending lectures and paying that close attention to every detail that is being shared, asking questions where I do not understand, trying to understand it almost immediately, that falls into my range of 20%. Assignments falls into my range of 20%. Preparing for presentations fall into my range of 20%. Preparing for my midterm examinations falls into my range of 20%. And putting myself in the best situation to get all the marks possible for my examination falls into my 20%. Now, to do this, you might, now depending on your ability, most times I just talk for myself. I don't like generalizing, but depending on your ability, you might understand that you don't need to actually be going like using 1/4 of your day every day for academics for you to get these right. Right? You don't necessarily need everything. You just have to find out the principles, the little levers that can give you the leverage, right, academically. So, how many hours do I read? I'll tell you the truth. I do not have a fix. I do not have a fixed hour because I have so many non-academic interests. Right. I know that this is just a path, right? I think this is the thing. Let me just make this very simple. Let me just close with this. This is the kind of the thing that you must have heard from every speaker. Whatever you get from the academics is necessary, but you have to understand that it is in no way sufficient. So I'm building myself right from the onset to attain a certain kind of sufficiency, right? The James that made kind of 100K in just one day, just from selling my own knowledge, putting my delving into the business of my knowledge, right? Wouldn't have been possible if I thought that academics is just sufficient. But I knew it was necessary and I have to get the best from it, right? But I knew that it was not sufficient. And so given the interplay of my main interest, I wasn't the student that just had a fixed time for, say, academia, say 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day. I wasn't so dogmatic in that sense, but I was very pragmatic. I was just like, what is necessary for the moment? What is necessary for the moment, in the context of the moment? And once I get that right, I just do it right away. There's a level of discipline that you need to do that. So that is my own take. I don't know if that's going to be applicable to you. I don't know if you find it insightful, but since the question was kind of referred to me personally, I'll tell you that is do what matters. Understand the context of your moment, understand your vision, and do what matters when it matters. I hope that helps.
I think it was Benedict who asked that question. Benedict, has justice been answered the question?
It is clear right now. It is clear. Thank you so much, Sir Williams. It's very clear. Thank you so much.
So my pleasure. My pleasure, Benedict.
Okay. So I just looked through the chats this thing now, and I saw that we have Sir David with us. Sir David graduated as the best student from physics and astronomy 2020/2021 session, UNN. So I don't know if you can hear me. I just checked through the chat. So I don't know when he joined us actually. I just checked and saw him now. Can you hear me, sir?
Good evening, sir. I can hear you, sir.
I'm really very sorry. I never knew when you joined us. I'm very, very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. Okay, so we want to give let's give time for a closing remark from each of you. We have Sir David here. We have Sir James. We have Sir Samuel and Sir Somadina Chukuma. So please, can you closing remarks? Is there any other person who has a question?
Yes, please, I have this last question to ask.
Okay. Ask your question. Ask your question.
Okay, thank you so much. It is coming from the aspect of academics. So I wanted to ask this question. While I was in 200 level, I have presidents and speakers and all of these people that have political posts in the school. So there was one time my president and some of the schools they approached me that okay, I'm now going to 200 level, that the next vice president will be coming from our level. And when they looked at it, there's no student that has a very, very good CGPA, and they know that I tutor students too. But then they were like kind of telling me that I'm the best person to go for that post, and they kind of begged me that please I should think about it to go for that post so I can also help teach other students because the part of GP comes in tutoring other students. So my question is this, but I felt like me saying I want to go for political. Number one, I not really consider political post as something that I maybe enjoy doing. But then I was still taking it for the fact that it can also distract you. But then I've been hearing from our great speakers that combining academics with business with other things that don't necessarily distract you. Just falls on I've been just prioritizing and trying to navigate through all these things. My question is, going for a political post does also maybe affect one academics too. I don't know if maybe Sir James or anyone maybe is able to also try go on that path. So that's the question I just want to ask. Because they're always telling me that academics are also asked to build your portfolio. And once you maybe go for a particular post, you can add it to your CV. And one of the positions held was maybe president. Give you a kind of remark. That is the question.
Okay. I don't know which of the speakers would love to do justice to the question. Which of the speakers?
Let me take this one.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, I want to make sure I got the question correct. So you are trying to find out whether it is possible to combine both academics and either a business or maybe politics, student politics, or learning a skill that would pay you in the future and get both excellently well, be very, very good in your academics and very good in the whatever skill or business or political activity you are doing. Is that correct? Is that correct?
So Israel, please confirm that is correct. Is it still with us? So Israel.
Okay.
Actually, that was the question. Actually.
Okay, so that's the question. Okay, so personally for myself, I would say I will use myself as a case study of someone that combined both politics and academics, because while I was a student in UNN, I was a member of the House of Representatives in my third year, and also in my final year I was a member of the electoral board in my department, and also I also learned tech skills. I learned programming also as a student in UNN. So I would say I was able to achieve both political and learn skills as well as do very well in my academics. So one thing you must understand in academics is that for you first of all, as a person, you want to get things done. You want to get things done. I don't want to take much of your time, so I'm just going to list out a few things you should do that would make you very versatile. So the first thing is that you should know yourself. So you must know that you want to succeed academically. You must know how you want to succeed academically, what works for you, your strengths, your weaknesses, and then how to maximize your strengths to get your whatever aim you are looking for, and how to minimize the effects of your weaknesses. And the second thing you must know is that you must know how to arrange yourself. You must have a clear end game. So you must know, this is what I'm chasing, and this is what will distract me, how to cut off all those things that will distract you. The next thing is consistency. For instance, now you want to do politics. You understand that if you want to become maybe faculty president, that you must network, you must know people. So networking and knowing people must be part of your daily activities. You must know every morning you can go to this department, talk to them, let them know me. You must be consistent. So for instance, now you understand that there's this thing I read in the book. It says one, if you get one, the number one, and raise 1 to the power 365. 1 times 1 times 1 into 365 days of the year, you still get 1. But then if you just add 1% to 1, 1% of 1 is 0.01. If you add 1%, that'll be 1.01. 1.01 raised to power 365 or 365 days will give you 37.7. So you can see that just a slight improvement compounded over 365 days yields something very, very different. And then the next thing is that you must always seize the opportunity. For you that is going to combine academics with politics and business or whatever, you will know that you have less free time basically. So if others have time to, do other things, make friends, making friends is good, like go clubbing, go partying, go doing things, you understand that yourself, you'll sacrifice a lot because you are doing two things. You are doing both the academics, you are doing the school, you are doing the politics, you are doing the business, whatever it is you are doing. So you will always learn to see the opportunity. If I have 1 hour and I'm not doing something, I'll find something that will fill up that 1 hour such that I'll maximize my time. And then of course the final thing is that you should be exceptional. So if you're exceptional, you will make it exceptional by being exceptional with your planning. Make sure that your planning is solid. Make sure that you follow it strictly. Make sure that you're exceptional with your relationships. Make sure that whenever you are making friends and you're trying to build your network, you are valuable, you create value for people. Because when you create value for people, they will cherish you and they will help you. People will help you. And if you do all these things, I'm sure that by and large, you will get that you will be able to succeed in both the academics and whatever it is you put your hands on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for that wonderful answer. So, Israel, are you okay with the answer? So, Israel.
Yes, sir. I'm okay with that. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for the answer of the question.
Okay. So, do we have any other question? Let's ensure that we do justice to all the academic questions tonight, because tomorrow is another session altogether. Tomorrow is
So
another
let me just
session
ask
altogether.
something.
So if you have any question now, just ask your question now, because after tonight we won't have an academic session again, except you wanna ask privately. That one is a different one. But tomorrow is purely for business and making money. You want to make money, massive money. That is what tomorrow is for. Tomorrow, the CEO of Gplex International would be speaking. He's a person that has lots of branches, both in Nigeria and abroad. His company deals with clearing of air cargo and sea cargo and the whole lot of them. So it's a very huge thing. So you'll be present tomorrow to speak on business, how to make money. And then the likes of Emmanuel Akbetu, the Prince of Copywriting, who would be speaking tomorrow, and the others. Money. Tomorrow is about money. You're gonna make money. So I want us to deal with all the questions related with academics this night, so that I will be sure that we are done with it. So is there any other question on academics, or do we call it a day from here, a night from here?
A question, sir.
Okay.
Can I speak?
Yeah. If you are free, please speak.
Okay. Thank you so much, honorable speakers, for honoring this invitation and for the teaching. My question is there a point where someone can give up or someone should give up on attaining a first class? Is there a point where maybe because of your past academic performance, and maybe it was poor, and then you feel like it's not possible again to give up on to have a first class? That's my question. Thank you, sir.
That's a very interesting thing.
Okay. Who's doing justice to it?
I think let me just take the first go at that. My question might not be my answer might not be so much interesting. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. I think yes. My answer is yes. That there's a point you can that's an option, right? But then you have to be very careful with such an option. When you're taking such step, I would like you to also take it with an understanding of the consequences. Understand that you are in the world. I don't know actually your the context of your kind of upbringing, whether you are born into a wealthy family or one that has so much connection, where competence will sometimes the criteria of competence, right, and in getting certain opportunities can be waived for you, right, for that understandable sentiment, right? But if you are not one from that very background of work and connectedness, just understand that in this game where we are going to be judged actually by competence. As you're going out there for every opportunity for the scholarships, for even the honor of being presented on starting stages, right? You see so many of us there are people maybe from first class, very graduate students, Samadina, Baby. You understand kind of thing. Even in certain levels of opportunity, some kind of doors, right? For us that are not from the family of wealth, insane wealth and connectedness, right? Um, we will be judged harshly by our competence. And if you fall into this category, just have an understanding that you'll be judged harshly by your competence, by your proof of competence, by your proof of value, by your proof of how much you took advantage of the last opportunity, of the last minute
or respectable opportunity that you had in life. And so when you decide to kind of, okay, fine, let me just give up on this. Now, it's one thing to give up on this when it's kind of mathematically impossible, right? Some people are actually at that stage of life where it is mathematically impossible for them to have a first class. So you just go for the next best alternative, right? But if it's the stuff that it is yet it's yet attainable, but you actually want to settle or less, maybe because of the pressure or something like that, just do that. Yes, you can do that, right? You can just settle for less, but then do that with an understanding of the consequence. And then by understanding the consequence, maybe you can then decide to actually atone for that, kind of atone for that compromise by finding other competitive skills to actually learn from, to actually get, to actually should I say, kind of mitigate the effect of the consequence of not having that particular proof of competence. I don't think you understand my point. And so, in that sense, but do that with an understanding. Do that with an understanding that if someone has a first class and also have all those competitive edge and skills that you're waiting for, the person has automatically an advantage over you in the market, all other things being equal. And so, what am I telling you? Yes, you can settle for less. Yes, you can settle for less, but be very aware of the consequence. So, if it is attainable, I think you should use your tongue to count your feet in that very aspect. So that is the answer. That is the answer. That is the answer I will give you. Like, it makes no sense to settle for average when excellence is attainable, especially given the context of the time. But if you must do it, understand the consequence. Try to mitigate the consequence. But there is a risk involved that someone who has not settled for less, that has that same skill that you just went to get an advantage, already has an advantage over you in the marketplace or in the marketplace of opportunities. So just be aware of that. Just be aware of that as you make that decision. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I
Do
have
you
something
now?
to add.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Just as the last speaker has said it, the point whereby one can give up on first class is I know for most people that are already in our institution here present, most of us already know how to calculate our CGPA. Now, in your first year, you still have chance of meeting it. Second year, you still have chance of meeting it. But by the time you go to third year, probably have seen your third year GP. Now, you've started doing calculation that even if you are to read like hell in your final year to hit 5.0, you might not get a cumulative CGPA to be equal to 4.5 and above. At that point, you know that there's no magic. Mathematically, like you said earlier, you can't reach it. Let's say someone now, after first year, second year, third year, now add CGPA of 3.9 over 5. Now, the person only has final year to make up for it for 4-year course, right? Now, if the person is to even clear all the papers with A, with 5.0 in final year, is it possible mathematically that the person will be able to reach 4.5? It's not possible. So at that point, it's like you give up. There's something you don't even dream about, unless, in fact, you can't even dream about it to get first class anymore, because you know that by the time they do it mathematically, you can't reach that 4.5, which is the minimum average for 4.5 for first class. So at that point, I would say you give up on first class. You look at other things. But before you find yourself in that kind of tight hand, I'll advise that such a one should always make sure he or she is not below 4.5 at every session, both first year, second year, third year. You make sure you are not below 4.5. The moment you are dancing below 4.5, going down to 3 points, and by the time you calculate your CGPA from first year to third year is around, let's say, 4.0. even if you hit 5 points in your final year, you can't get 4.5 anymore. You can only be getting 4 points, something less than 4.5. So at that point, I would say it is mathematically, in fact, anyhow way, impossible for you to graduate 4.5. That's with first class. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. As your question been answered?
Yeah, please, I want to just add something. Um, I just want to ask something for any 100 level or 200 level that student that is there. Please do prepare yourself so that you won't hit such conundrums. You won't be in such position. Right from the get go, start out with your best foot. Start out with your best foot because I know, like even in my final year, we've met students who just were forced, and it was so depressing seeing that happen. It was so depressing seeing that happen, right? This is a game, the academic game is one that rewards consistency. That's the reason why having a 5.0 in just one semester will give you a first class. Automatically doesn't guarantee you a first class. So every semester you have, please make sure that you commit to excellence in the end, even when you don't feel like, when you just feel like, oh, let me just drop it now, please, because it's mostly at the end that you then start getting clarity and you just be seeing the mathematical impossibility of this, and you just like, why continue, right? How well have I justified my 4 years in this university? So try to get the best out of it, and for you to get the best out of it, start out correctly. Very important.
Thank you so much, Sir James. Thank you so much. The session has been so mind-blowing. Chiamaka Favor, do you understand? Do you get the answers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate. I got it.
Okay. So, is there any other question, please?
Yeah, I have a question. Can I ask now?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful teachings. I want to ask two questions. One is writing of assignments because I'm a 200 level student and I got to understand recently that there are patterns in which one can write an assignment and get a better mark since all these things add up to one score in an exam. So I want to know how best can one write exam so you'll be able to get a better mark. Sorry, an assignment so you'll be able to get a better mark for the assignment. Also, secondly, my result came out with 24.5 and I don't know, will I say if I'm scared or what? I want to push it higher. So I don't know what step I really need to take. Although I've been maintaining what I did previously, but I want to know if there's any other thing I can do in order for me to ace my present GPA. Thank you very much.
Okay, over to the speakers, please. Anyone? Is any of the speakers
Okay, so
Well,
I'm here. Okay, so it's as if in this place they are the BGS here because I was listening to Mr. Samuel and Mr. Williams, James Williams, and I was scared because if you're scattering 5.0 since their first year, I was like, Jesus Christ, it's as if I was not serious in my life. Because my own case it was much different. I wasn't in the first class until third year.
Wow.
In first year, my CGPA was 4.47. In second year, I actually dropped to 4.38 because I was second year, something happened and I was sick, so it dropped. But it was third year and final that I finally entered the first class. And so I will tell you something. It's as long as it doesn't get to the mathematically impossible period, like Mr. Samuel said, as long as you have a chance at it, you are at 4.5, you want to make it, just give your all, make it. Like I said before, you're consistent, never drop that consistency. As long as I can still get here, then every single day should find you doing something, adding extra, adding just that 1%, putting that time, putting that effort to make sure you are getting to that your desired destination. So you are at a 4.5, very wonderful. Just make sure that every single semester, like you said about assignments, I don't know which particular department you're in, but I was in the sciences, physics in particular. So I will tell you that for you to do assignments, the main thing in my own department they are asking you to do is not really to get the answer correctly. They want to see how you think. So it's just to sit down, look at the question, because sometimes physics questions can be very, very confusing. So just think about it, solve it the way you want to solve it. Make your work very neat, very neat. Make sure that you are making sense. It's logical. And then submit it. It's not assignments, except maybe if you're in the arts, they're looking for correct answers, and then you should make sure your answers are very correct. But as long as you've put your time into it to make sure that your steps are correct, it's logical, and you've solved it with the skills you have, or you can even go on YouTube and see whether it's something that you can find the answer somewhere. And your work is okay. Submit it on time and you get your full marks. So yeah, so there's no don't be afraid. Your lecturers actually want you to succeed. Believe me, they do. And so no one will feel you unreasonable except the person is a wicked person and needs to know Jesus. So, yeah. Thank you.
Just to add up a little to what he said, if you are if you have not finished the race, don't relax. If you're in your third year or second year and you are having 4.5, which is first class, fine. Especially third year, you're in first class 4.5. Don't relax. I've seen people graduate with 4.48, 4.47. That means they only need 0.02 to reach first class, and they were denied first class. Do you know that someone that graduated with 4.49 and someone that graduated with 3.5, they are both second class upper? So you need to be very, very careful. If you're in 4.5, don't think you have made it though. That's why it's always very good to aim higher, aim for bigger GP, so that by the time you drop, you not drop too low below first class. Someone that is around 4.8, 4.9, at least, even if the person is a little bit unserious, if dropping, the person will still not really drop below 4.5. You get now. So it's very good to aim higher. So at least maybe you fell sick during the exam time or something happened, maybe family trauma or something. It will not eat you much. But if you are in 4.5, you are not safe yet. That's a fact. To tell you the fact, you are not safe at 4.5 because anything can happen that will make you could come down to 4.49 and you are still at the same level.
At all,
Someone
no,
with 4.0.
you're not
You are
safe.
still at the same level with someone with 3.5. So you are not
Not
safe. You need to
safe.
put more pressure. All right.
Wow. But I've been speechless. I've been doing more of listening. Wow. This is so mind blowing. Wow. Thank you so much, sirs. Thank you so much, sirs. I don't know the question, Chidema Chukwuemeka. Your question has it been answered?
Yes, very well. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That,
Yeah.
that's very wonderful. That's very wonderful. So, let's have a closing remark from the speakers. I think we have three of them now. The other person, he ran out of. I think he had to attend to, and he became unavailable. So, can we have a closing remark from each of the speakers? Let's start from say David.
Okay, so can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
Yes, sir.
that's wonderful. That was wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay, so I actually did not connect very early. I connected around when the first speaker, engineer Sir Emeka Onuchukwu was speaking around the earlier part. That was when I connected. But I want to first of all, I want to thank the host, Mr. Moses. It has been an honor. It's been a privilege being a part of this wonderful program. I can't tell you how much I've learned, especially from the man, Sir Emeka Onuchukwu. I just wish he was here for him to hear me saying this. And then of course I can't forget all the things I've learned from other panelists, Mr. Samuel, Mr. James Williams, every single one have been so people that have so valuable, they've added so much value to themselves that just listening to them has been life changing. And I know it's not just me that has experienced it. Every single one of us here, in one way or the other, we've gotten something tonight that will propel us with higher speed to our desired destinations. And so I want to use this medium to, thank both the hosts, the speakers, and the panelists. May your oils never run dry. May you guys go get better, such that as we, meet, because I know that by next year we'll have something like this again. When we meet next time, would have achieved some level of greatness on the impacting to other people much better. And then, yes, finally, for every single one here that connected, you have learned something. I want you to find one way, one part of your life that you apply what you've learned to, because it's not enough to just learn them. If you don't apply them, it's not going to be a part of you. And so, if it's in your academics, if it's in your business, whatever it is, apply these things, teach somebody, mentor somebody. Because when we are all growing, when we are all changing, we change Nigeria like that. That's how we change Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you so much. You spoke from your heart. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's hear from Sir Samuel.
Okay. Well, thank you for the privilege to at least hear my own opinion about academics here. I remember, I think Professor Tai was saying something about, silence. I know when I spoke at first, I made mention of my, should I say, science role model, Nikola Tesla. When he was asked, he said the secret to invention is being alone. It's not about it's not about not being social this time around, but at some point there's a time you just need to think about how do you improve yourself, how do you impact life. I remember I was told that this man that drew the chart of periodic table, was he Henry Becquerel or something, that he got the inspiration from his dream. He just got the whole picture, and it came out when he woke up. He started constructing periodic table. So we should really understand something about the concept of inspiration, just like he told us. I was able to catch that. We should really understand the concept of inspiration and the concept of there was time that they said Einstein said science to him is like a flash of light. These people they really understand running from inspiration, walking from inspiration. Imagine a man that woke up one day and started writing law of relativity. No, that man is something else about this time. So these people, we should really understand, for us to make impact, for us to invent this chat, this telegram, this platform was invented by some people that lived the same world as we are right now. People are thinking out of the box, and from here now I was able to learn that we can also make impact. And I really appreciate everybody for paying listening ears to what we have discussed so far. And God will bless every one of us. Thank you so much, the anchor, Mr. Moses. I appreciate the drive, the passion, and the zeal that you have to make sure that lives are being impacted positively, and great change is being made by Nigerians and Africans as a whole. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. In fact, one thing I observed about the speakers is that they are all speaking from their hearts. Like it's very, very rare to find people that would speak passionately. There is a thing they always say about public speaking. Public speaking is not just oration, but public speaking is connecting to the hearts, connecting with the hearts of the people. Once one is able to connect with the heart of the people, that's public speaking already. You spoke from your heart. Thank you so much for making this a possibility. I want to tell you that the impact you made will be indelible and would be a legacy for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's hear from Sir James. So James, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, well with you, well with you.
All right, cool. It's quite a powerful thing that you've got going on, Moses. We look forward to you actually developing this into something that is kind of. I think there is a story with it, and I understand even from the way you communicate your vision, you know that the Birthquake Conference is going somewhere, right, in the near future. I really appreciate you coming up with this. It is let's say you're consistent with it is one of the big things that is going to happen in our academic community. And we look forward to further collaborations in that sense. And everyone that is here, it is a pleasure. It is an honor for me to actually communicate my mind to you all. It is and some of my fans, some of my followers, like yeah, some of the followers that are here that have been here till now, I really appreciate your presence. Everyone that is here, I really appreciate your presence. So let me just cut to the chase on my passing words. You see, I think it was David that said something about having a clear engine when Israel asked about how is he going to find this perfect balance between his political aspirations and all his extracurricular interests and his academic and curricular interests. I say having a clear engine, and that's kind of brought back memory about one of my favorite games, and that's Scrabble, right? And Scrabble, and I've learned a lot of it. Though I was about to play professional, I went for the National Sports Festival playing Scrabble, and yes, I didn't qualify, but then it's part of the story, right? One day to be able to output. So, but then when someone asked me why is Scrabble the best game, and what are, what are the lessons from it, right? You see, when you start out in the game of Scrabble, I just want to give you a picture for those who are also Scrabble players. But when you start with Scrabble, like there's very uncertainty that you start out with, right? You're meant to pick your tiles. Okay, let me not use Scrabble. I don't know that everyone can relate to the game of Scrabble. So let me use what, like the game of what. It has parallels, right? When you're starting out with the what card, right? You do not know the cards that you're handed. You don't know the cards you are dealt with, right? And so, but what happens is that sometimes you can pick up your cards and they are all very bad. So just say we are playing a game of minimum scores, right? After the first person checks up, and then we are going to be counting the amount of no, the numbers, right, on our award cards. All of us, I think most of us can relate to this. And maybe when you pick your own, oh, you're seeing 8 star, 20, 20, 20, 20. I say if the game ends now, if someone checks up, you are going to be the one to be eliminated. Why am I saying this, right? But then you then know that for you to be able to win the game, for you to be able to win that game, despite coming out with the worst card, given the context of the card, your best shot at winning the game is playing your best cards at every turn. That is it. That's your best shot. And so there's a parallel with Scrabble too. With Scrabble, you start out, you don't have to look at the tiles when you pick them. Like you have to close your eyes to pick the tiles and set it on your rack. But then your best chance of winning the Scrabble game is actually playing your best words, your most valuable words at every turn. There's a parallel to that in life, even your academic life at this moment, right? And all of us we are born into families, and it's something that we do not get to choose. I think one of the persons that one of these a neurobiologist, Austin Harding, he did the work on chance, right? He studied the work of chance, and I was reading through his study in 1974 when I was trying to understand the concept of luck. He gave 4 definitions of luck, and four iterations of luck, 4 types of luck, and one of the luck that he talked about was blind luck, right? And so blind luck you do not have any control over. And one of that is where you are born, right? The situations you're born, the socioeconomic status of a family, and the privilege you have access to. You do not have control over that, right? It's kind of you're just thrown into the world by an accident of chance. Do you understand? And now you are here. Maybe you don't have the best game, you do not have the best cards, you do not have the best style. But what is your best shot at winning this game, of this life game? It's playing your best work, playing your best cards, taking the best actions at every turn, maximizing every opportunity you have. I wanted to say every fucking opportunity you have, but every opportunity that you have, maximizing it. And at this point in your life, right, with the end game is to win the game. That's the clear end game that David alluded to, right? The end game. You have this very end game that you want to maximize every opportunity that you have. And currently, the opportunity that you have is an academic opportunity for most of us that are here, that are currently still here at this point. What is your best chance at winning this game? What is your best chance at winning even life's game? It's making the most of every opportunity. Now you are here with this opportunity, this academic opportunity. Understand your privilege today is so many people's prayers. So if you are asking, like, people are wishing that they were in your position right now to be in that seat. You're saying, oh, I want to settle for less, but some people, for a context to be clear, some people are waiting for their elder brothers to actually finish university before they can be enrolled because their parents cannot carry the burden of everyone as a goal. Some people don't even know what university education is all about. A child that have heard about people going to university and coming out better, and then he's now dreaming of getting that, but he cannot. Some people are currently hawking for them to be able to say they are very determined to have this very opportunity that you have. They are hawking and trying to see whether they can get even their admission fees, their jam fees, and to be able to process. But now you have this opportunity. What is your best chance at winning this game? Just try to get the best out of it. Play your best. Play your best game. This is your academic time. This is your academic card. Play your best hand. Play your best hand at this point. And so for you to play your best hand, for you to, and that's where comes the idea of not settling for less when the best is attainable. Not settling for average when the best is attainable. It's the best game that you can play. Making the most of every opportunity that you have in life. Making the most of every opportunity. And this is your academic opportunity. And every door of opportunity, I think I forgot the person that asked the question about settling for maybe in the case maybe settling for first class just to give up. And I had to share with her the brutal truth. The world is competitive. The world of opportunity, the marketplace of opportunity is very competitive. And you have to understand your position, especially in the context of your socio-economic reality. I'm an economist. I study economics, right? Now, socio-economic reality, right? You understand that it's definitely competitive. And any opportunity stands before, they are going to ask you, what is your proof of value? What is your proof of competence? How well do you use the former most respected opportunity that you had? And if they find out that you are not able to make most of it, what is the guarantee that if they give you this new opportunity, if they unlock for you this new phase of life, that you're going to appropriate it to the best way? They give this very new opportunity, this new game, introduce you to this new game. How are they sure they're going to play your best game at every time? So to the extent you can appropriate every advantage, I don't tell people that academics is everything, but I tell you that it is something. Right? And the fact that it is something, an opportunity that you have, make the most of it to the extent that you have. And therefore, you to make the most of it, you must understand the prerequisites, right? What are the things I have to do? Now, that is earn your mark one point at a time, 1 mark at a time, earn your A's 1 mark at a time. Try to do everything possible, right? To have the right sentiment scores, right? Anything, learn about learning. I share so many of these things like for the past 2 years on my social media. I don't know, I can't possibly share every secret here, but I wish I could. So understand the prerequisite of the game you are playing right now. Understand the context of your own situation. I won't possibly be here. I might not even be here if I didn't get the scholarship opportunity. But I didn't know that the scholarship opportunity was there. But the scholarship opportunity, I became aware of it, and then I found out that yes, due to my commitment to academic excellence, I was qualified for it. And so there are doors of privilege that cannot be opened to you if you do not have a proof of competence. Understand that. Understand that. I'm not telling you that academics is everything, but I'm telling you it is something that is worthwhile. It is for most of you here, it is the most important project, that most respected project is taking on. So make sure you have a proof of value, a proof of competence from it. And then understand that there are sacrifices that you have to make along the way. There are certain events that you have to go there. It's just like, no, I have so many things. Like my time is worth more. For someone that is dedicated to excellence in whatever it is, your time is worth more than the average person. And so you make the right friends, take the right actions, and that will be of help to you. Now to the larger theme of the event, right? I think I'll close with this. With the larger theme of the event, right? Being a 28th century thinker, it is something that struck. I think when Moses reached out to me and told me that it was being a 28th century thinker, I told him, bro, what 28th century, was that a typo? I don't even remember. I was like, was that a typo? What is the meaning of 28th century thinker? Was it a typo? I said, no, we need people that think futuristically. You need to bring it to kind of quake, to actually quake the thinkers within. And so, but then I think, and this is a conversation. This is a conversation. This is an idea that I've been reminiscing almost for the most part of my life, right? I think that this very adaptation from Troy that we hit a note in you, right? Men are haunted by the vastness of infirmity. The 17th century from now, that's like 700 years from now. That's a lot. That's a lot, right? We are haunted by the vastness of infirmity. And so we ask ourselves, will our actions echo across the centuries? Will strangers hear our names long after we are gone? And we don't wonder who we were, how bravely we fought, and how fiercely we loved. Like when someone asks me, James, who is your role model today? I say the likes of Dostoevsky. I say the likes of Proust. I say the likes of Lemontov. I say the likes of Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche. I mentioned these names, and these names are not. Someone asked me. I went for a podcast. I was invited to as a guest to a podcast, and someone asked me, James, who are your role models? I say all my role models are dead. But then when I heard the 20th century thinker, will I be thinking that someone in the 20th century will be like, they'll ask someone in the 20th century, who is your role model? And it's like, his James are there, but James is dead. My role models are dead. But strangers, after I'm long gone, hear my name and ask, who is this person? And remember how bravely I fought. How bravely I fought the odds of life. How well I utilized every opportunity that came my way. And how I was able to transcend the knowledge of my time and have that very transcendental impact. And you will understand that it's a common thread, right? For you to know whether you're going to have that effect in centuries to come, it has to start from now. I'm talking about Friedrich Nietzsche. I'm talking about Lemontov. I'm talking about Proust. I'm talking about these people that actually, Dostoevsky, right? People that are into literature will know these people, right? I'm talking about these people that actually changed the events of their century, right? That we get their names now. They started at their point. They started at their point. And then we found out that the ripples of their impact spread outwards to centuries and even to today. So you do not want to be a 20th century thinker. You want to have an impact in the 28th century if you're not having an impact now. Understand the end game. Your end game is different from every other student's end game. So people are just like want to make money. That is their own. That is the end of their own. Their end game is materialistic, purely materialistic. Nothing transcendental. Nothing that transcends the century. There are people like that. But your own end game is different. And for you to achieve your end game, understand that it requires that every opportunity that you have in this time, you have to make the most of it. Every opportunity to impact others, every other opportunity to help others, to make humanity, the suffering of humanity, to alleviate the suffering of humanity. That this is where your impact starts from. You do not wait for the 20th century. You have to start now. Understand, have the clear end game in mind, and do everything you have to do. Read past thinkers. As according to what Professor Taye said about the spiritual motivation. Now, someone like me, to be honest, I'm not deeply religious. I'm not religious, but you have to understand, even from the likes of Einstein, right? From the likes of Einstein, even in Einstein's essays, you will see that yes, that's where you hear something like about that science without religion is blind and religion without science is lame. Right? If you read that essay, you're going to see that he was talking about something transcendental. There's kind of a spiritual, not the word spiritual is very amorphous, but he was talking about something like an inner motivation that is being unleashed by the quest of curiosity. Why did this happen? Curiosity actually gets you to that place of inspiration, especially when you get curious and you're honest about getting the answer. That's the foundation of the scientific enterprise. Get curiosity. An apple falls from the tree. Hundreds of people have seen apple fall, but Newton actually, because he has a backlog of knowledge. I will talk for hours, but he had a backlog of knowledge. And he was curious. It was like, why did this happen? Oh, that's where we had the fantastic theory of gravity. And then we can relate to his impact even to today. So what am I telling you? Curiosity, read books, stand on the shoulders of great men. Do not take any answer that you get as self-evident. Question things. I think it was Einstein that said that it was my contempt for authority that made me one. It was my contempt for authority that made me one. Yes, I wasn't hiding on the shadows of great men, but I stood on their shoulders. That was him saying.
So anything that you say, okay, this is the conventional path, question it. Ask yourself, why is the conventional path? Most times the conventional path is not a clear path. And for you to add, how do you want to make a difference if you do not do something different? So you have to understand that anything you're told that this is the truth, this is the way it is, ask yourself, is it truly the way it is? Do not be satisfied with every answer that you get. Look for the truth. And with that way, you add to the backlog of the knowledge that civilization have had to this moment. You are different. You are brought here for, I won't say you're brought here for a purpose because I do not so much know the truth about predestination, but you can be able to create a value and say, this is my end game, to have an impact that transcends the century, to have an impact that lasts long, to have an impact that will echo across the vastness of eternity. And to that, every day, by every action, you pay your dues to that future that you want. So have a contract with your future and make sure you keep true to that contract. So that's the much I can say. I think I went really long, but I hope one actually get my mind and my thoughts on this. And I can't wait to see everyone at the top. I can't wait to see everyone at the top. We'll be far much better if we can get to that position. Thank you, Moses. Thank you for Chidinma, Israel, Samuel, everyone that is here. It is my pleasure and it is quite an honor for me to grace this very event. Can't wait to see you at the top.
In fact, thank you so much. I mean, thank you so much. I'm really, really, really overwhelmed here. I don't know what to say. I'm really, 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 really so emotional. The kind of thoughtful poured out from the depth. I just hope that everyone was listening while you were talking, because the things you said, in fact, you just summarized the whole theme, like the whole thing. This is the theme, what we're discussing, what the conference is all about. You just summarized the whole thing. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate. Thank you for making yourself available. Thank you for dishing out this life secrets. And to everyone listening to me, like he said, like all the speakers said, the world is waiting for you. 700 years from now, who would be there to talk about you? Michael Jackson will still be talked about. I mean, centuries from now. William Shakespeare died around the 1616. That was around the 16th century, I think. But till tomorrow, he's still being talked about because his name can never die. Same thing with so many of them like that. They've etched their names on the sands of time. So that is how we should be also. The world is waiting for the best thing you can bring forth. So what is the next best step you can put forth that will give you the end game that you desire to see? So many problems are out there in the world. There are so many solutions waiting to be solved. That discovery, that great discovery could come from you. The next great discovery that will stun the world could come from you. When I started earlier, I talked about the three kinds of thinkers, those that do the things of tomorrow, today. And I said that these ones are the visionaries, the ones with the power of foresight. They are able to do the things of tomorrow, today. So this is the kind of persons that we ought to be. It is time for you to begin to take these things into practice. Let this conference not be like the other ones you've attended. Let the things that the speakers have said, let them not be like the other things that have been said, the things you've been hearing everywhere. But this night, I implore you, I encourage you to start putting some things down. Write down some things, write down some steps, write down some goals. What could you do with these things you've heard? Sincerely, although I am the host of the program, but then I just think this program was meant for me because I was really learning as they were talking. I was writing down. If I show you my jotter here, I was writing down a whole lot of things, and I cannot wait to implement. That is the same thing I'm telling you too. Try us. In fact, this night, start working on implementing these things this night. You could be the next celebrity that the world will celebrate. You could be the next person the world will talk about. Everything you need is already within you. It is for you to plan your game very well and decide the next best thing that will give you the end game you want. So I want to thank every single person for joining us this night. Tomorrow is going to be another session. Before we call it a night, it's almost 12 a.m. It's been a very long time. We started around 7 p.m. That's about 4 hours plus already. So I want to give opportunity to one other person, like from the audience, to say something, like a closing remark to someone from the audience. You can say anything, just very within 1 minute. Within 1 minute, just say something within 1 minute. Is there someone like that who wants to talk? Just within 1 minute.
Yes, I would like to say something.
Okay.
Yeah, first of all, I really appreciate you. I appreciate the host, Mr. Moses, and I appreciate every speaker that have spoken. I thank everyone for that invaluable speech and everything that they helped us with. I want to just say an encouraging word. Much of what I've also learned and held on to is the power of reading. My boss once said, Mr. Fola, he said, book has the power to take you from where you are currently to a better place. If there's any advice I want to advise my fellow undergrad, I would say it is to just read. When we read, we are expanding our thinking faculty. It will help us, even where we have not gotten to, but by reading the books, we can be able to get there. So it's very, very good to read and also connect with people that can, elevate you and, inspire you to do more. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Israel. Thank you so much for that encouragement. Okay, so I want to thank all the speakers again. Sir James, thank you so much for pouring out your heart into this session, for speaking so passionately. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sir David, Sir Samuel. In fact, Sir Samuel is even in the box, the inbox, replying messages, answering questions. In fact, this is just so touching, so touching. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, every single person, for making this event a possibility. Tomorrow is another day. You cannot wait to witness tomorrow. Yesterday, the network could not permit us to hold, but then we held the sessions this night, and tomorrow is going to be the final day, the last day of the program. Tomorrow is purely finance. We'll be starting by 8 p.m. Either 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. I would communicate over the time, either 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. But let's shout out on our social media platforms. Let's invite people to come and be transformed. It's just a transformation process, a transformative process. People cannot wait to hear these things you are hearing. Invite them on your social media platforms. Invite them, tell them to come and be transformed. So I'm going to drop the contacts of Mr. Pastor Emeka Onochukwu, so that if you have questions on his session, you can get to ask him. Also, in case you want to chat up any of the speakers too, you can do that. I think they would permit that. St. James has a course he sells. I think read to remember what's even the title again. Can you just tell us about the course, please, briefly, Sir James? I think read to recall. Yes, I think that's the name of the course. Read to recall. So, in case you are a student. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, about the course. I think I had the read to recall. I called that first, the read to recall masterclass, and I just noticed that over the time, so many students actually struggle with the idea of memorization, with memorizing, and so. But as someone that have been a top student for so long a time, like 15 plus years, they are kind of my go-to, should I say, techniques and tools that makes that possible. And I'm one that scours if you know me, even from the way I talk, you know that I'm actually a voracious reader and I listen to anything information. And so I've been on this one. As a student, I've been trying to learn so much about learning. And so I incorporated that, brought out the piece and pieces that actually are very, should I say, very practical to our reality here in Nigeria. And I listed out the tools and the techniques that could help you, the proven tools and techniques that will help you recall in exams whatever you read without difficulties, and 200 plus students are already in, and the testimonials are really well. And for everyone here, I actually have a bonus offer for you, right? For you being here, I have a special bonus offer for you, and so it is something that you find really. So it's something that you find really helpful in your academic journey. But there's no problem. Just reach out to me. I'll have a special discount for everyone that is here if you're interested in that. If you want to just end the flight of reading and forgetting, it will be very, very helpful to you. Thank you, Moses, for giving this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Finally, please, can you share with us some of the books you read for personal development? Not the kind of books you read and not the kind of books others read. Do you think you can share some of them with us so that people that are interested in their personal development to get to read them too and develop themselves personally?
Okay. To be honest with you, I've tried that before, but I found out that is a very dangerous adventure. Because they are something kind of.
But I'll share the ones that are really conventional.
Okay.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry. Okay, so I'll share the ones that are really conventional. I started with. I won't say I started with, but one that had an immense influence on me was I think 12 Rules for Life by Dr. Jordan Peterson. That's a good start. 12 Rules for Life, and then he has a second book called Beyond Order, right? An Antidote to Chaos. That's another book you could look out for. I'm not so much of a. That's one that is conventional and you can look out for. I'm not so much of a, a traditional reader in the sense that I kind of take a book and say I'm going to read it cover to cover. But I try to understand the people. I feel that that's even more important than understanding the book. For someone like Jordan Peterson, I do not just go straight to his book. I try to understand the person, his context. Why is this person very important? Why should I listen to him? And you learn so much from that. YouTube is very accessible for this. And you have someone like Friedrich Nietzsche. Friedrich Nietzsche, his books, Beyond Good and Evil, Stoic, Zarathustra. Some of these books are very tough to understand, but try to understand these persons, right? And this is what I will share. Right? I do not come to personal development from the conventional route. I came by questioning my beliefs. That's for me. I came by questioning. It is a long, torturous journey, right? But it's something that is worth it. And in this process, I was able to meet men, right? Even though they are dead, I kind of meet men, not just their works. So if you meet the man, you understand the context for the work. And so I understand things about the life of someone like Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, right? Dostoevsky wrote a book that's really very important, something like Notes from the Underground and Brother Karamazov, and all those kind of books. They are kind of, it's not something that's easily accessible, but for me, actually trying to meet people whose name have transcended the centuries, trying to understand who they were and why they did what they did, the impact that they had. It was really very cool. And so an advice I would give to you is go for the persons before you go for the work. Go for the persons that you go for before you go for the work. And that will lead you to kind of interviews. You hear them articulate, you hear them speak. And this is something about something that Moses, you're telling me something that I can talk for about an hour. So let's just leave it. So for example, if you're going for the works and for the persons, you see something that I think Professor Tai talked about, the spiritual inspiration or something like that. The best in them calls out the best in you. Like the articulation of someone like Jordan Peterson and his fierceness when he's saying what he believes, and his attention to the fact, and actually his understanding and articulation of the fact as it is. It calls out the most articulate person of me. It's just like I see that person, I say I can be that person. And you can be having that very kind of, should I say, that kind of attraction with me now speaking. And you're just like, then there are things that James are saying that really touching me. I can be that. So listening to the best of the people speak will call out something in you. It gives you a glimpse of something that is transcendent, something that you can become. And so that's when you talk about the spiritual inspiration. You see, that's the reason why reading biographies and the rest are very good. But for those influences that are living, try to scout their interviews. YouTube, is very free on YouTube. scout their interviews, try to listen to them speak, try to listen to them articulate their thoughts. It can even be better than actually reading their books. You can gain a lot from them actually speaking and them behaving, the non-verbal cues that even you might get from their books. I'm not a traditional reader. I don't know that I've read up to complete out to 100 books in my life, but I know a lot. That's because I go to the source. Hope it helps.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, every single person. Thank you. Tomorrow we'll continue again. I will announce the time, but it will likely be 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. There would be about four speakers tomorrow. Mr. Jeste is a Chimere, the CEO of Duplex International. Emmanuel Akbe, Prince of Copywriting. Isaiah Ibimi, Birthquake Magnets, and Val Okafor, a productivity and leadership evangelist. So these four persons, these four dignitaries would be speaking with us tomorrow. So it's going to be mind blowing now. So it's not a thing for you to miss. So please shout out on your social media platforms, invite the people, tell them to come. It's transformation. It's transformation. Tomorrow is the grand finale. It is the final day of the program, and it's going to be mind blowing, completely mind blowing. So invite your friends, invite everyone. Thank you all. So I think with these we can kiss the night. We can kiss the night. So please drop your what's it called again? Drop your